3 miles by battery. In my fast charger.
Recording in progress.
Fixed cost. So it will increase that we have to do that. That from when it went from 15 to
Morning.
to 24, so in 10 years we went up.
9. They actually called it out as a 9-year comparison. That's a lot. Because the other thing I noticed was over the next few years.
Yes, I did. That's why I was waiting for this. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Birmingham City Commission agenda, the meeting for the public hearing on the 2025-2026 recommended budget. Here at 8:32 in the morning at the Municipal Building on 151 Martin Street. Would you please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Long?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Here.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Here. Thank you. Before we get started, just a little bit of housekeeping. We have a very lengthy agenda. We're scheduled to have breaks at roughly 10 a.m. and noon. The budget is broken down by components into numerical sections. We will take comments from the public on the budget at the end of each numerical section. So at the end of general fund, we'll take comments on everything in general fund number 2. At the end of judicial, comments on judicial, public safety, public works, etc. So we'll call on the public for any comments at the end of each numerical section. And then at the very end of the meeting, prior to adjournment, we will take public comment for items not on the agenda. So that will become item 4, and then item 5 will be adjourned. So the public will have opportunity to make comments on items not on the agenda at the end of the meeting. And with that, we'll turn it over to the city manager.
Good morning, everybody. Well, we're pleased to present a balanced budget to you again this year. Also again this year, lowering the millage rate, 0.1478 mils, which will hopefully set us up as well as we can for the future. Obviously maintaining the 0.3 mil gap as well from the Headley maps, so that gives us some flexibility. Some of the challenges and trends that we're seeing right now, of course, I'm sure most of you realize, economic uncertainty, unpredictable market conditions due to regulatory changes, tariffs, potentially a lack of resources from things coming over or no longer coming over from across the oceans. Also declining grant revenue from the federal and or state government, a divisive political climate nationally, which as you know kind of tends to trickle down. Also we're having government workforce challenges. As you know, a lot of people are getting laid off at the federal level, but even here at the local level, we're having trouble attracting people, frankly. We can't compete with the private sector sometimes as well, and people just aren't looking into government careers. At the same time, we're, of course, as you know, struggling with all kinds of problems with regards to our infrastructure due to climate change and increasing storms and flooding and our aging infrastructure. So those are all the challenges that we're facing. So how do we meet those challenges? A, we want to create a balanced budget to maintain our fiscal sustainability, obviously. We want to clearly define our strategic goals and priorities. We want to allocate our resources based on those goals and objectives and strategies, from the strategic plan, the goals of the commission, to the long-term goals. And we want to incorporate flexibility. That's why it's important to keep our fund balances strong, because then we have some wiggle room if we have to pivot as things happen, or in an emergency situation that occurs, etc. Also, we want to focus on transparency, so you'll see a detailed budget line item by line item. I know it's a lot of information to get through, but really we want to track all of the spending and how we allocate it across the resources, or across the board. Long-term city goals for the public, maintain financial stability. Obviously, that's always been one of our key goals. Be innovative, collaborative, and responsive in providing services. Look at new ways to provide services or collaborate with other outside groups. Support the vitality of residential and business communities, and then cultivate a safe, healthy, and dynamic city. So those are the long-term city goals, and then of course you're all quite familiar with the strategic goals, which we just agreed to about a year and a half, well, maybe 2 years ago now. An engaged and connected community where we want to offer services and amenities that enrich the lives of residents of all ages, and encourage people to engage with us and come to the meetings, be able to see what's going on with this budget. You know, we moved to OpenGov, so all of this is live, and people can look at it from the comfort of their own home. Environmental sustainability, the commission decided that we want to protect our environment. We want to focus on investing in infrastructure to help reduce some of the impacts of climate change, as I said, and so on, and prepare for future impacts of climate. And then thirdly, efficient and effective services. The strategic goals are to build and develop our professional staff, to incorporate new technology, to improve services, and to focus on safety and security. So all of these things, how are they shown in the budget? The current budget, which we've previously known as FY 25/26, right? That's how we usually refer to it. You'll notice in the book this year that with OpenGov, instead of seeing 25/26, you'll see FY 26. Whatever year you see there, that's the last year of the budget. So where you see FY 2026, it's FY 25/26. That's the ending year. So in case there's a little confusion, because that is a bit of a change. So as I said, we have allocated our funds, we believe, proposing to you to be recommended for adoption, to align with all of these goals and objectives. We're trying to provide essential services, invest in the quality of life issues, whether that's clean and safe downtown to special projects, and maintain and develop infrastructure. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
People are investigating.
They're working on it.
What's that?
John's checking it out.
Oh, okay, thanks. And we want to make sure that every item in the budget corresponds to one of those goals. So we feel that this FY 2026 budget does that. It allocates funding for infrastructure in large part. In fact, $30.1 million of our total budget is going to infrastructure. Streets, roads, sewers, parks, parking system, etc. It funds essential services. You'll see that public safety and public works account for almost 50% of our budget, because those are key services that everybody expects. And again, that's streets, sewer, water, sidewalks, alleys, maintenance of all of those things, in addition to the investment in updating our aging infrastructure. It supports building and maintaining a professional staff. We have some engagement. We're increasing our engagement efforts. We always have the training efforts in there and funding for training, and we're trying to work on competitive benefits and salaries as well. Also, the personnel decisions you'll see in this budget, if you read at the beginning, there were 21 asks for additional positions across the board of all the departments. And obviously, that is too much. We are recommending 3 new positions, and I'll say that specifically those 3 are targeted to areas that the commission has indicated they want to see additional efforts put in. So one is water, I forget the exact name, utility specialist, so to help with water, sewer, and streets. There's a new position proposed for the ice arena and the golf course, and that is essentially because we haven't had a lot of investment in those significant quality of life assets of the community, and we have to focus on improving some of the conditions over there, whether it's from Springdale Golf Course and their irrigation system that's having issues to different stream bank erosion, et cetera. And then the last position is to bump up from part-time to full-time. Well, it says a transcriptionist here, that is what it's for, and that's for the person that does the minutes for the vast majority of all of the meetings, commission, planning board, BZA, historic district commission, et cetera. And making that into a full-time position, because currently, one of the biggest problems that we have too is engineering has a lot of work, and they're very overwhelmed with all of the projects, and of course, that's one of the key areas we want to focus on. They share an admin person with the planning department, so bumping that position up to full-time will enable that transcriptionist who works remotely now to come into the office and help out with some of the administrative stuff for the planning department, allowing the person that's shared between planning and engineering to devote much more of their time and energy to the engineering department and helping them keep up with all of those projects. And that could be phone calls, it could be people coming in, it could be managing the budgeting and accounting for all of the projects, that kind of thing. In the office feature, or duties, not going out on site. But that frees up a little more time for the engineers than when they don't have to take care of as much of that. So that's kind of what we're looking at. So all of these support the initiatives and the goals. We're going to maintain control over the budget through the year and make sure that we're following it. You know, that's one of the key things we want to do, and make sure that that the spending is aligning with all of the key areas, and we're not going over in areas. And then, frankly, the budget, it does fund all competing priorities. It decreases the millage rate at the same time because we have increasing taxable value, which is limited how much extra funding we get from that, of course, with the Headley Prop A. But it does allow us to, even though we're reducing the tax millage, to keep strong fund balances and to maintain that 0.3 mil gap from the Headley Max, which you'll hear. And all of this is possible, quite honestly, thanks to the City Commission for doing all of the work to put in to figure out what the long-term goals are, to do the strategic planning, to lay out clearly what the goals are so that we can allocate the spending into those areas that we've all agreed on as the key areas. So definitely, that's been appreciated. Also, last year, if you remember at the budget hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the water and sewer rates, and the commission was very proactive in looking at increases to those rates last year and coming up this year to make sure that we're not taking funding from our property taxes and putting them over to water and sewer where they're not kind of paying for themselves. So that's also been a plus. And of course, it's hard to make these difficult decisions because we do only have a certain pot of money. You know, we have a $125 million budget. Can't do it all, but we are trying to spread it out amongst competing priorities. So you'll also see that the budget considers a 3-year planning time frame and a 6-year capital improvement plan. So we do try to look out to the future, and if you go to the capital improvement plan, you'll see all the infrastructure and road projects that are planned. Again, we have to allocate those across the years to make sure that we have enough funding. And, you know, for instance, the year the Derby Bridge is in there, that's going to take pretty much all of our funding for infrastructure that year. So there's a lot of projects that are competing with each other. But I do want to also remind everybody that when the commission does decide to, this is the budget hearing tonight, or today, but we'll be coming back to the commission in probably early June, end of May, for approval of the budget. And when we do approve the budget, should you decide to do that, it would only be for FY 2026. So even though we have a 3-year planning range to show what we're doing in a 6-year capital improvement, just a reminder to everybody that You would only be approving the coming year's fiscal year budget, so 25-26. And then the rest of that is done for planning purposes. So I will turn it over to Mary to go through some of the details. And we welcome Mary. It's her first year as finance director on her own. Mr. Gerber is currently on a plane somewhere, traveling the country, around the globe. So Mary?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm here to present the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26. As the city manager already mentioned, we continue to maintain a strong balance of 38%. And we also kept our 0.3 mil gap, which is really important. It provides us the flexibility to increase our operating millage in case of emergencies or if needed. I would like to take a minute. Last year, the finance department implemented a new budgeting software called OpenGov. It is an online, they were also able to work really hard, and we continue to work hard to create an online budget book, which is accessible at the city link, www.bmgov.org/budget. This year marks our second year in this process, and although we're still in the learning phase, each department has been contributing to the success to meet the goal of transparency. And I think their hard work has paid off, and we can now easily enjoy it. Going forward, I would like to take a minute to talk about the budget process. This is a 9-month process. Normally, it starts in October. We do look at the capital plan first, and that's followed by our personnel spending, where we actually plan for any contractual obligations or increases that might come. Next, we go through the departmental budgets, and they include day-to-day operations costs as well as one-time expenses. Of course, our revenue projections depend on outside sources like state funding, and we also receive property tax revenue with the final taxable value set by the county through its equalization process. So once a draft of the budget is ready, each department head meets with the city manager and the finance department to review the request, and then we help finalize the recommended budget. From there, we prepare the budget book, which of course can be accessed online as well. And then we hold this public hearing. And the input and feedback we receive here is important and will help shape the final version that we will bring back to the commission for approval at the end of May or early June, as the city manager stated. So after the commission approval, we do prepare the final budget book, and it's also published at the city website. And we do have a hard copy at the clerk's office, just in case someone wants to come in and review that. So as the city manager stated, we do prepare an operating budget for next fiscal year, 2025-2026. We do plan out 3 years. That's the planned budget document. Capital expenses are, of course, planned over the 6-year period, allowing us to take a long-term view and adjust the spending plan to make sure we're financially stable going forward. Total budget comparison. So looking at the overall budget for the next 3 years, there is of course an increase next fiscal year 2026 from this compared to the current fiscal year, and this decrease is mainly due to budget carryovers from previous projects, and this has been typically the same in the past budget cycles. And I'll give you an example. We have $3.1 million in water projects from fiscal year 23-24 that will be completed in 24-25, and $2.6 million in sewer projects carrying over into the same time frame. For fiscal year 2028, we expect things to pick up again as more projects roll out. Again, as you see on this slide, there's a noticeable drop in capital after this year. The current year is significantly higher due to the ongoing projects we mentioned earlier that are wrapping up, many of which were carried over from the previous budget cycles. Most other categories remain stable. Personnel costs are a little high due to contractual wage increases. Other charges are expected to go slightly up as planned out in the 2027-28 fiscal year, because of budget and higher computer rental costs. This next slide highlights our recommended capital improvement for the upcoming year. We're proposing a $30.1 million in capital projects, an increase from $25.1 million from last year, which reflects our continued investment in infrastructure, facility upgrades, and of course, essential community improvements. Out of the $30.1 million, $18.4 million, or 61%, is allocated to streets, water, and sewer improvements. And that is up actually from $12.6 million last year, which is an increase of $5.7 million, or approximately 45%. Next, I'd like to discuss property taxes and highlight some key points in the budget. On this slide, you'll see our projected taxable value, which we will use to calculate our millage rate using the Headley formula. And these values are, of course, provided by Oakland County Equalization Department. So once again, this year, the city is seeing positive growth in property tax values, with a taxable value increasing a little over close to about 6.5% overall. So this increase is due to a 3.1% assessment increase for everyone based on Proposal A, and under Proposal A, an assessment increases are capped at 5% or a rate of inflation, whichever is lower. So this year, that inflation rate was 3.1%. And of course, the increase is also driven by properties that are subject to uncapping and any new construction that the city has experienced. As shown on the previous slide, using the taxable value and the Headley formula, we were able to calculate our operating millage as the rate as depicted on the slide. So the proposed millage rate for the city is 13.1183, and that includes the operating levy millage for the general library, refuse, senior services, and debt millages. And this, of course, is a reduction from last year of 0.1478. And again, we're continuing to maintain a 0.3 mil gap between the Headley limit and the proposed millage rate, as we've done historically, and this provides us the flexibility in case of future financial, to raise the millage in case of future financial needs or emergencies. So what does this mean for the taxpayer? So with an average taxable value of over $323,000, this represents an estimated 1.6 increase or in their annual tax bill, or approximately $80 more from their last year's tax bill. And I think it's really important to know that not all the taxes levied by the city stay within the city. So where do the tax dollars go? So for every dollar in property taxes, 34 cents is allocated to the city of Birmingham. We have 24 cents that goes to the county, 14 cents is for the state education, and 28 cents is allocated to the Birmingham School District. So this breakdown helps us illustrate how the property tax revenue is distributed amongst various jurisdictions or entities. Finally, I'd like to touch on the water and sewer budget, highlighting some of the key aspects of these essential services. As you can see by this chart, water consumption continues to decrease over time, and that, of course, puts a little pressure on our rates. As a result, we'll need to continue to increase rates to meet the demand, the operating and demands. In the recommended budget, we have a proposed 20% increase in water rates and a 14% increase in sewer rates. So a significant portion of the increase is related to funding for capital improvement through the water rates, as opposed to using property tax money. And this was a commission-approved 2-year plan from last year that we are following. We are now in the second year of this plan, and with the expectation that the next year's increase will not be as significant. So what does this mean for the resident? With the water rate increase of $1.49, the breakdown, here's the breakdown on $1.03 is related to funding capital improvements, 15 cents covers the cost of water, and 31 cents is for city maintenance costs. But for the average user, the result would be an annual increase of $134, or about $11 per month. In regards to the sewer rate increase, that went up that increase would be an annual increase of $146 or about $12 per month. And to help add to the reserve fund for the sewer, one-time transfer of $546,000 from the general fund is proposed. Please note this transfer will need to be adjusted due to a significant increase in assessing services that we were just informed of earlier. This increase was not accounted originally, but we will still be able to maintain a balanced budget. Again, these are preliminary proposals with sewer rates to be finalized in May by the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioners. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mary from the commission? Commissioner Host.
Mary, the increase on the water, you proposed 20%. What is the actual water rate? Don't we have to stick to the actual water rate that Oakland County gives us? I'm asking.
Yes, it is, we do, we encompass that in, but we go through the calculation of the needs. So I'll go to this slide to present it. Here. This is how we allocate, my apologies, pardon me. So this is how we allocate the cost, where we break it down based on the water, maintenance, and capital. And we take in the totality of the expenditures and the revenue, and of course the increases from SACWA, as well as the sewer portion, and that's how, I hope I'm answering your question, sorry, that's how we come up with the rate.
Yeah, but is the capital expenditure flexible, or is that told to us by the water authorities?
It's a two-part component. There's a fixed rate, and then there's a variable.
So when our bills go up 20%, we can say that we're not getting anything out of this. This is what's been the rate.
No.
No.
We
I
increased
think
it last
he
year.
said maintenance, not the cost of water. So, may I?
Certainly.
We got the cost of water. That's fixed. We can't do anything about that. But then the orange is maintenance, where that's our pipes. We need to fix those pipes. How much we spend on those pipes is up to us. We're choosing to spend that amount, okay?
And we increased
On
it.
capital and
Right.
maintenance.
And we made a policy decision to stop having property taxes support the cost of water. There was also lawsuits about that across the state of Michigan, of which we were hit with one about using property taxes to fund sewer and water, you'll recall. So we have been moving over time from a property tax subsidized system to it carries its own weight system.
Right, so
And
to your point,
we
your
accelerate.
question about the blue is what is set. The orange and the gray is what we're deciding as a community that we need to invest in our water system to improve it, because so many parts of it are aging. So that part is controllable by us, the orange and the gray.
And we chose to increase it.
Can I add, the increase of 20% this year is part of the movement of the funding to water bills, not property taxes. And we decided to accelerate that, to do it over 2 years instead of over 5, I think, or
Yes.
3. And so that we're not going to have an increase of 20% next year, because we're going to be done. We might have an increase, but it'll be based on inflation, other
It won't be
things.
this high. We're putting the bulk of it over the 2 years to get it.
We bumped it up.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Hay?
Thanks. So, Mary, you may not be able to actually answer these right now, and that's perfectly okay. But I'd look to have answers in the future on them. Do we have audit results of the cost, the blue bars, so that we understand why our supply source increases in cost each year. Just because it seems to increase over and over and over. And if we're having to look at ours, I want to know if they're looking at theirs just as carefully to create optimization, or if they're literally throwing it over the wall and going, municipalities, here you go, tough luck. So I think that's more than a yes or no answer, and if you need to come back to us at another point, I'm okay with that. Then the other question I had was, let me get to the correct slide so I can say it correctly. When you look at the slide showing water and sewer usage, that graph, if you could go back to that, I think it's a couple of slides earlier, please, just to explain where my question's coming from. This one. So it's interesting, the year-to-year variation is actually fairly significant when we look at the blue bar. So the red line, understandable trend line. But when we overlay that with the population that's in one of the other slides in the package, the population growth actually is consistently gently increasing. And so I'm curious if we've done any root cause analysis on why we see year-to-year variations that are quite significant, because in some years they're not, which makes sense, but then we have quite big swings. And if we look at the trend line for the last couple of years, it's actually trending more up in the general pattern. I'm curious why we see these variations. And again, this may not be a question that be answered right now, but is there anything driving this? Because that's too much variability in my mind for what's actually a stable state as far as the consumption base, the consumers that are taking it.
I don't think we've done an analysis of that. I'm sure that SACWA has.
Can we try and get something? Because to me, that's just an odd pattern compared to the population, that there's no stability here, but there's a lot of stability with the consumer side. So what's going on?
So, Commissioner Haig, just to add some general things that I've seen already in the media, and Commissioner Baller also, dryness, watering your lawn, COVID, people working from home and changed water usage rates in the home, and then
Which interestingly is dead nuts on the line.
a continuing transition to water-saving devices in the home has reduced, and people being more ecologically concerned. So, I mean, all those things play in, but I bet, yes, we could
Well,
get
the trend line you've explained, what I'm looking at is the variance. And that's the mathematical difference to me that doesn't make sense. The trend line does. So anyway, like I said, I don't want to dwell on it very much now. It's just something I would like to see if there's any answers to that for the future. Thank you, Mary.
Absolutely.
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Haig?
That was it.
Any other questions for Mary? All right, then, and I see none in the room and none online. So we will move to Section 2, General Fund.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am here to present the commission budget and the city manager's office budget. So I would say overall, the city commission budget, we're used to seeing it very flat, but it did increase in this year, but I want to explain why. And it's actually not an increase in spending, but just a reallocation of the print newsletters that are sent 3 times a year from the general admin portion of the budget into the city commission budget. So that would be equating the Birmingham Beat newsletter as a commission public fronting outreach thing in the same way that Engage Birmingham is. And then you'll also see in the city commission budget that the miscellaneous category had been quite high. That was Engage Birmingham, and we moved that into other contractual services just to better account for what it is, because seeing that large miscellaneous account, it drew questions sometimes. So, but other than that, it's overall flat, and I will use this opportunity to encourage all commissioners to use the conferences and workshop portion of your budget. The last year or so, we haven't had a commissioner attend the MML convention. This year it's in Grand Rapids, or the MML CapCon. But we kept the money in the budget because it is there for you to use and to utilize. All right, moving
you know
into
that?
this.
Do you know that? Did you know that? Okay, well, if we don't know,
It's
we're
been-
not going to do it.
Well,
So
I
it would help
believe
if-
Commissioner Host attended once,
Mayor McLean.
Twice.
was
McLean,
there.
yeah,
She
so,
used to-
yeah,
It's
yes.
been in the budget for years.
and then the training for new commissioners is always in the budget. And
Yeah.
So what sort of opportunities do we have?
MML are the best
are-
ones for you to consider attending, as Melissa said. They offer multiple different options. We can research them and send them out to you.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we can research them ourselves if we know that that opportunity is there.
And that might just be a case of the municipal league having to be reminded of your email addresses because they should have had them. But, all right, city manager's office. This one is largely flat. Last year, it actually decreased. Last year, we had money for furniture in the budget. That has gone away. Other than that, we are looking at slight increases, down 3.3% because of the furniture for next year. And then the further years out, we're looking at only about 1.3% increases in the overall budget.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I know we're a little behind here, so I'll go pretty quick. I have two budgets to present, the City Hall and Grounds budget as well as the City Library building maintenance. Largely, they're both unchanged. I'll start with the City Hall first. There are a couple of increases here I want to note. One is utilities costs have gone up, electricity usage, water usage. The other major increase is 11% in the 977 account or capital outlay. That reflects some of the building improvements that we're planning on doing. The main one there is the replacement of our old cooling tower, which we've discussed a couple of times now. That is largely responsible for our large water utility cost also for this building. So I'm hoping to offset that a little bit with that capital improvement. I'll be happy to answer any questions on that one, if you like. No questions? Okay, I will move on to the library. Again, here, the library budget for the building maintenance is largely unchanged. We do have a significant increase in the capital outlay again. That is attributable to the loading dock that we're currently in the process of doing a engineering assessment of. I just met with the structural engineer to assess that. We're awaiting the report on how we move forward with that. It's a complicated section of the building. There's an embedded elevator, freight elevator in it, and the concrete has been crumbling for some time. We've done patch repairs, but we're looking to a long-term fix here. So we're awaiting that report and an RFP from there. So that reflects the 27% increase there. Any questions for the library? Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Commission. I am here to speak about the HR budget, and when I talk about the HR budget, I'm talking about the Office of HR. So that is wages for myself, my generalist, and I have a part-time assistant. We have a tuition reimbursement program that it's charged out of this budget, as well as like pre-employment physicals, so all the things I'm not talking about like the healthcare, or like all of those, it's just our HR office. And so for this upcoming budget, we're requesting about a 5.5% increase. Most of the line items we're assuming like a 3.5% increase just with inflation. But there are some notable increases. We are anticipating about $11,000 required for the upcoming year due to police promotional testing and examinations. So we know that we have two big testing promotions that are going to be coming up next year, so we are budgeting for that. As well as we're requesting 9,000 more for expanded engagement initiatives, such as quality learning and development speakers, team building initiatives, recognition placards, those types of things. If there's any specific questions about any of those items, I can delve further into it, but that is our HR department as a whole.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, City Commissioners. On behalf of the Clerk's Office budget, the most interesting reasons for increase, we're looking at implementing some new software. So we've been researching board management software, we've been researching agenda management software. The agenda management software might be coming sooner if the request is approved. It makes agenda packets a lot more searchable. It will make it a lot easier for you guys to have PDFs and annotate packets if you do want to go more digital with packets. So other than some slight decreases in some areas and some reasonable increases in things like supplies as we see inflation, you would see the request for software in there. And then also printing and publishing costs keep going up. Posting newspaper ads for all of our public hearings and all of our legally required notices has gotten more costly, so there is an increase budgeted there. As for elections, most of you who have heard me speak before, elections is a bit of a roller coaster budget. We have a lower budget on our odd years, and we just typically would have one local election in November. Then we have bigger budgeted years if we're running 3 elections, like a presidential primary, August primary, and November general election. So you see that roller coaster. The other big note in that budget is about every 10 years, the state reevaluates the voting equipment. And they're going to evaluate the voting equipment, look at the standards, increase the standards, which means we have to upgrade the equipment. So the state selects a couple of providers of election equipment, then the county analyzes which of the approved equipments will suit the county, and then anybody running elections in Oakland County has to upgrade to the new equipment. We don't really have a choice on that. So I do have money earmarked in future years for that anticipated purchase. And that's it for clerks and elections.
Thank you.
Question?
We were going to do all the questions at the end.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The Finance Department is next. So the Finance Department actually has a decrease of 9.5%, and that's primarily because we eliminated the transitional finance director treasurer position. We do have a request for a temporary part-time position. It's temporary, it's about $26,000. And this role is mainly to provide important project-based support, especially during the busy times through the budget and audit. Treasury budget remains flat, overall flat. Please note though, for fiscal year 27-28, we would like to replace the furniture downstairs, and that's about $27,000. Going next to assessing, we originally budgeted a 3% increase in our contracted services. However, recently we were aware that that cost will be increasing significantly. That's why we will be transferring some money from that we were going to transfer to the sewer fund. We will reduce that transfer, as I mentioned earlier, to cover that cost, to remain a balanced, to still be able to maintain a balanced budget. Moving forward, the pension.
Can I add one thing there?
Absolutely.
Just to let everybody know, this is literally late breaking news. Oakland County came and told everybody that's using Oakland County assessing for their assessor that they've decided to jack up the price of that by 46%. So a huge increase in costs. We did attend a meeting earlier this week where we had communities from across Oakland County all a little upset that there wasn't much notice and it's late in the game, and then if we want to go elsewhere for our assessing services, doesn't give us much time between now and the end of June. So there was quite a ruckus up there at the county offices, and they say that they're not going to change it. These are the costs, and 46% increase, so that was quite a shock to all of the communities. So literally that came in the last 2 weeks, so just a heads up.
So that means that the 245,800 that's in the budget goes up 46%?
Correct. And of course, we could look at doing an RFP and figuring out someone else to do our assessing services, but it doesn't give us much time between now and the end of the year. Of course, we did have in-house assessing years ago, but even the new number is still less than what it cost us years
Do it
ago to do
internally.
it in-house. So
Yeah.
we're just evaluating all of our options right now, but it's late breaking news.
With that, the pension administration fund really has no impact on the general fund. We just wanted to lay out the expenditures in the budget to reflect the full cost of this fund. The related expenses are fully funded by the city's contributions and earnings from the pension system, and the overall budget reflects a 4% increase for the year. The legal budget, this budget supports the city's legal team and remains flat for the upcoming fiscal year with no increases. Moving on to the general fund budget, general administration budget, this is where you will see a significant increase due to a wage adjustment expense. This is a budgetary placeholder for anticipated salary increases. These are either through the union contracts or for non-union employees. We are taking a proactive approach to plan for any future costs that might come from the current negotiations with BCOA and BPOA contracts. There's also an increase in postage costs, and I think that concludes our general fund.
All right, so that completes the general fund, general government section, item number 2. Are there any questions from the commission? Mayor Petromelli, you had a question?
Yes, a couple questions for the clerk. One is, can you say more about the software?
I was hoping you would, because you're going to be very happy with it.
It's really cool. It's very searchable. It should make things a little bit more user-friendly. It should make producing minutes a little bit easier as far as the structure. Searchability is really a nice feature on it, because if you were to search like a keyword topic like leaf blowers, it will pull ordinance, because we use Municode for ordinance. It will pull all agenda topics across all boards.
Going back? How far back are you going?
Well, we would have to upload that stuff if we were going to do that. So it might be a going forward thing. I'm not sure. It would take a lot of work if we were to go backwards. But the features in it it's going to be very handy, user-friendly. The board members would get their own logins where they can privately mark up their PDF so that you can keep your comments to yourself, but then you would log in with your Birmingham email, and then you could look through the packet as we go through the meeting, and all your digital notes would be there. So it's much more user-friendly than figuring out some other side software to mark up a packet.
Saves paper, too.
A lot of paper.
Yeah.
Good, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Finance, Treasury, this is probably in the budget and somewhat related because we're spending money, but I've heard is Mr. Gerber coming back on a temporary or part-time or consulting, whatever basis?
There is a temporary part-time financial consultant position that's in here. As you heard, we had Mary and Mark working together, so we had a temporary addition to the costs in HR for both of them to run simultaneously. It was planned to be a year, and of course, we had a lot of difficulty finding a qualified finance director, so we're very happy you're here. But that didn't end up taking effect as long as we had hoped, so that's why this is in there for a person to come in, and yes, it's not, we're not saying for sure that it's Mark Gerber, but that's the intention. That's what it's created for, to bring him back on a part-time basis as needed to help out.
So that would be for a year or for 2 years or for? We don't know?
Probably
What's the budget?
The budget right now is for 1 year.
Okay.
But on the personnel listing, you show part-time finance consultant under 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28.
We do,
Shown for
but
3
you're only
financial
approving
years.
this year. So yes, we're thinking that we'll keep it similar to Teresa Klobuchar, who was our treasurer for a long time. It's been very helpful we've had her as a part-time consultant, and she comes in and helps out over time because we're losing a lot of people with a lot of years of experience and knowledge. You know, we lost Mark Gerber this year, and we're going to lose Bruce Johnson shortly. It's going to be the same situation there. And when you look at the department that's left, they're all younger. I don't mean younger in terms of age necessarily, but their number of years of service here. We're losing a lot of that knowledge, and we want to have the opportunity to bring them back and have them share some of that a little bit more and help out at crunch times, basically.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haig?
A quick question for Alex.
Yeah.
You noted on the printing and publications that it goes up every year because the cost of newspapers is going up. What movements are there at state level to allow us to use alternative methods? Because print publication appears to be going down in general as far as distribution and utilization. So what other methods are you going to be allowed to use that will help offset increase for a diminishing return?
I know that there's been efforts to eliminate the requirement for newspaper notice, but the newspaper notice lobbyists and advocates are very, very, very persistent and effective. So every time we try to get out of, the newspaper publishing, because we put it on social media, we post it around the building, we have it on our website, we put it out everywhere. We still have the legal obligation, so our hands are tied. And every time we try to, if there's any sort of movement on bills to eliminate that, it gets met with a lot of angry opposition to keep the newspapers afloat. Mary might have something.
It's in addition to what Alex is describing, the newspaper notification requirements per statute, depending whether or not it's a public hearing or BZA, et cetera, it also gives the parameters of how that publication is publicized, that it has to be printed every so many days and weeks. It is very strict, and we have no choice.
Well, that's why I asked at state level, because I knew it wasn't something within our control. It's just that it has a diminishing return as far as the number of people it reaches. It's going to reach a tipping point where it's ineffective, and that's why I'm wondering what the future is holding for us, because then we plan for future costs, future media sources, etc. That was all.
The state is going to catch up to the realities of technology, media, and how people receive notice. And we have, particularly Bruce Johnson, tried really hard through the BZA to come up with cheaper alternatives, and unfortunately it did not meet the statutory requirements. So hopefully the state's going to catch up, just like a lot of other technology and Zooming and all the other things. Hopefully they will, but as of right now, we have no choice.
That's fine. I just wanted to understand. Thank you very much, both of you.
Any other comments, questions from the commission? Any questions from the public, either in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function on the budget presentation for general fund and general government. I see none in the room, and I see none online, so we will move to judicial, the 48th District Court budget.
The 40 District Court budget is proposed to increase 6%, or it's at $2.1 million, due to the city's share of the caseload. So our share of the caseload went up 38.6% to 39.29%, and that's how they based our expenses. There are 3 funding units for the 40th District Court that contribute, Birmingham being one of them, and Bloomfield Township and West Bloomfield. So the 3 municipalities help fund the cost for the 40th District Court.
So that's an increase of $118,200 that we know of.
Correct.
Till they provide us with the audit.
Correct.
Net after revenue returned to us, correct? Okay. Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Mary, Mark has been kind enough the last couple of years, knowing that these numbers are impossible to deal with. But on a fiscal year, on a calendar year, What did we lose this past year, and what would you project for this year?
So at the top of my head, I can get that number for you. I don't have it at the top of my
Okay.
head, so I will get it to you today.
All right, any other questions from the commission? Any questions from the public on the judicial budget? In the room, I see none. Online, using the raise your hand function, I see none. So we move to public safety. Starting with police.
Good morning. So we'll start with the police budget. The first thing I want to mention, if you all recall, during the long-range planning meeting, we talked about some manpower issues, and this budget does reflect an increase of 1 sworn police officer. If you do look at the approved budget from this current fiscal year to this upcoming fiscal year, you're going to see there's actually a 2% reduction in the overall budget. That does also include that extra officer. However, I will note that both our patrol and our command unions are in negotiations right now for their contract. So this budget doesn't reflect any type of pay increase at this time. Once those negotiations are complete, obviously there will be adjustment to that budget. So this 2% decrease doesn't take into account what will happen after negotiations, just so you're aware. Of significant note, a couple items from the police budget. What's in there for our other contractual services is a large increase of $159,000. That is for the Axon contract, which the commission approved earlier this year. That is the new in-car cameras, body cameras, and tasers. This is the annual payment that is part of that contract. The other increase we see, the machinery and equipment, there's $100,000 that we put in there. That's to expand our current camera program that we're working on right now. That project is probably about 80% complete at this time. This budget allows us to add additional locations as we look at that coverage area. Additionally, we're talking about adding a couple cameras within City Hall once the new walls are put up for security measures. So that budget is there for that. Moving on to the dispatch budget. The dispatch budget, same thing with the police budget. Currently, you're looking at an 8.5% decrease from this current year to the upcoming fiscal year. It's the same thing is true about union contracts. The dispatchers are part of the BPOA union, the police officers union. So this does not reflect any pay increase, which will obviously be adjusted once that contract is resolved. Not much to mention here in terms of changes, but I did want to mention we work with Clemis, which is a large organization that started countywide. It's moved on across a lot of the state, that runs a lot of our radios, our CAD computers, which is our computer-aided dispatch for our dispatchers. It's all part of a larger program that we're part of. We were planning this year to upgrade a lot of that equipment. That has been pushed back. So when under equipment and maintenance, you'll see a budget of $34,000. That's to extend a temporary contract to use the equipment that we have in place right now. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot of changes in our dispatch budget. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Fire.
Good morning, Chief Wells. Significant changes is we have salaries and fringe benefits went up. That's due to mostly overtime costs, 5% match of the firefighters union contract and a 457 plan, access to a great parental leave policy, and we had last year a lot of, we have a young department, so a lot of new families. Apparatus supplies went up. There's two different line items there and under 5,000, equipment under 5,000. We have the new ladder truck coming in, and now it's about March or April, and there's going to be about $25,000 of additional equipment. We are switching the equipment from an engine, but the ladder truck has approximately double the capacity and has specialized equipment on it, so there's about $25,000 there. We're budgeting other contractual services. We have our life pack monitors, our stretchers, and CPR machines, our loaders, and our ambulances. A lot of the newer stuff came out of contract and was on our original free contract when we bought the equipment. So you see most of that increase is due to that stuff being extended. We have stability maintenance at Station 1. It's getting older. It's about 28 years old. So we've increased there in building maintenance. And then I want to talk about equipment rental and lease. This is the account where we buy our fire engines, ladder trucks, and ambulances. And it says it's a jump of 21%, say, rental fee from DPS. The correction there was in the past, it's been about 10% per year for the inflation of, or the cost of the apparatus. But we did a correction. We weren't getting our three chief cars, the fire marshal and assistant chief and chief cars weren't being correctly done with the rental lease. So this year there was a correction. So that's why that jumped up to 21%. And then moving forward, it will be back to the 10%. So that's why you see that big jump there of $69,000. Moving to the emergency management budget, a significant jump there this year, and then it goes down back to normal operating. So it's 77% overall. It's a lot smaller budget, and that's because we're getting 2 extra portable radios. They're $18,000 for 2 of them. They're approximately about $9,000. They're very expensive, and that's to have extra spares for large-scale events. If we have a windstorm come through, hypothetically a tornado, we want to have extra radios to give out, or a mass event. Like each year for the Dream Cruise, we bring in MSP bomb squad, we bring in drone unit. We don't have extra radios to give out, so that's to have extra radios on hand. And then we have an emergency food supply for fire, police, DPS that we keep on hand. If we had a big event, power outage that lasted days, we need to feed emergency workers. So that supply was a 7-year-old shelf life. That's expired. We're buying a new supply to replace that, and this supply of freeze-dried food will last 20 years. So that's this year where that's up. So that's all I have for right now.
So I'm going to sneak in here under the building part of public safety. Maybe I should have mentioned this under police, but I want to talk about some of the building upgrades that are approved in this budget for some of the security issues that we talked about with our accreditation program. In the budget is money that is put aside for hiring an architect to start designing a garage and a sally port and an interview room for the police department to address a lot of these safety and security needs. Under the significant notes part of the capital projects, one thing you don't see in there because it wasn't enough, I guess it wasn't a high enough amount, but there is $50,000 set aside for the interview room. There's also $250,000 set aside for an expansion at DPS for a police garage that will be used for long-term storage, evidence storage, and equipment storage. So I just wanted to bring that up under the building part, that there is money set aside to address those needs.
Morning, Commissioners. Jeff Zilke, building official for the city. I just want to touch base on the building budget. Briefly, there's a few points I want to point out on. There's an increase in publication because the code books are being adopted at the state, so there's an increase with getting the new code books for us. And the other contractual services went up. That is due to the new approved McKenna contract that was done in January. And then going down with the lease rentals, there's an increase in the fleet where you see that. I think you're going to see that kind of across the board. And also in the IT department, the computer rental also went up a little bit with everything going more digital. And then we are actually working, it will be done by the end of this fiscal year, is updating the plan review office, and those numbers actually are going to go away in the budget, and we're going to come up with basically a zero increase in our budget for this upcoming year. And that's all I have.
All right, that concludes the public safety budget. Any questions from the commission? Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Could you say more about the budgeted amounts for the police improvements to the building and all that, and how that relates to an upcoming workshop? And
Yes.
thank you.
In this current fiscal year, as you recall, there was money approved to put, to wall off some of the hall areas to stop direct access into the chief's office, into the finance office, into the manager's office, et cetera. That's in this current year budget. We're working on that right now. We should have that done. That was the first security significant security improvement we were making. Secondly, in this budget that, as Chief Gruey mentioned, there's a couple of things. One, the interview room. So there's money in the budget to redesign an area. If you think about, you're standing in the police department, you're looking over the counter into the area, the dispatch is straight ahead. Over to the left, there's an area with a lot of file cabinets and storage. They're going to use that space to convert it into an interview room. First of all, what does this do is it allows for, when you bring somebody in who's accused of something and they're getting booked in the booking room there, they could go right into the interview room. Right now, the police, and feel free to jump in, Chief, they have to take them, walk them through the admin area, through the public hall, downstairs, into the basement to the interview room. So that's a significant concern. So that would address that. Where does all that filing and material go? That's part of the plan to take over what used to be animal control, I think.
Correct.
Yes.
In one of the buildings at the DPS yard, if you go up Holland, there's that line of garages at the very end. There's what used to be animal control, and we're looking at retrofitting that and renovating it to use it for police storage, to get a lot of some of the things that they're storing in all kinds of weird places, and here, move them over there to open up that area for the interview room. We're also looking at designing for the Sallyport. That was the other big thing, where Sallyport being, we're talking about the little parking area out here. There's a little nook where those first space, you remember where the picnic table sits a lot of times? Those two spots closest to the police department there, we're looking at building in that area and creating a garage, for lack of a better word, a Sallyport, so that the police can pull their vehicle in, close the garage if they have somebody that they're taking to the jail, for instance, or booking, then they can secure their weapons, secure the situation, so they don't have to take the person that's charged and walk them through the public space, and then again through the public space in the building. Did you want to add anything?
You summed it up very well.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
This has all been presented previously.
It has, but I mean, you know, we've talked about the improvements that are needed and the accreditation process that the police department is going through. We have to show some movement towards these improvements here. And while we are not necessarily moving forward at this time with a big city hall renovation, we decided to break it down into smaller chunks and start accomplishing some of the goals along the way. So that's what's proposed for the coming budget year.
Commissioner Hay.
Yeah, for Chief Gruey. You touched on vehicle replacement budget. And when I looked way at the end of the package, it actually goes through the vehicle types being replaced. Now, I see in some of the vehicles we've got some really good life out of. But I also noticed there are several 22 model year vehicles that are up for replacement. Have we had a bad lesson with these or something, that they're needing to be replaced so quickly?
Not necessarily. So I think sometimes when you see cars that last longer, they're probably our investigative cars. The cars that go out sooner are our patrol cars. They're used all day, they run all day, they get a lot more abuse to them. All of our cars are rotated through a program with DPS where they evaluate the status of the car, the cost of maintenance that's going into that car currently, and they typically recommend to us which ones they believe need to go out based on the cost to maintain them. Typically, you see the patrol cars go out faster, so the ones that are older are typically investigative cars.
Right, thank you.
Because of all the equipment in the cars, they have to leave the cars running, so it has a lot more wear and tear.
A quick question along those lines, if I may.
Yes.
How many miles on average, do you put on a patrol car?
It depends on the shift, but I would say the average police officer is putting on about 100 to 120 miles per shift.
And that's 3 shifts?
That's 2 shifts.
2 shifts.
Yep. They work 12-hour shifts. So
Yeah, so I mean, on a yearly basis, you're probably putting
it can be a lot of miles.
30, 40,000 plus?
The hours on the engine is
I think it's
another
hours
bigger
more than
concern.
miles is the problem.
Because usually the hours are higher than what you would typically see because it's running all the time. So.
Yeah, okay.
Other questions from the commission on the public safety budget? Questions from the public on the public safety budget, either in the room or online, please use the raise your hand function. I see none. We have a break in the schedule now, but we're about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Would we like to, Commissioner, like to take that break or keep moving?
Keep going.
Keep moving. So is Public Works ready to present? All right, let's move to Public Works then.
morning, City Commission. First item under Public Works for the agenda is the Engineering Department. The Engineering Department, we just have 3 minor modifications for the upcoming 25-26 budget season. First one is other contractual services. With this is a decrease of $35,000. That is moving some of the stuff that our engineering consultants used to do and moving that in-house to be able for the engineering department to work on. And as other people mentioned previously before me, our equipment and rental lease, an increase of $23,500. That's due, our department received 3 new vehicles over the past 2 years, so it's that adjustment of those 3 new vehicles. And then the computer equipment rental, that's an increase about 12% for the department for its computer use. The next up is the, under Public Works for the agenda is the sidewalk accounts. For this one, we have an increase for other contractual services for the fiscal year 25-26. This one is a $70,000 increase to our trip hazard program to be able, if a joint's offset, to be able to essentially vertical cut that concrete sidewalk to eliminate that trip hazard. With this upcoming year will be the last year that has not received the trip hazard in all the 8 sidewalk locations. So that's why you see the higher amount this year, because it's the last area that hasn't been addressed yet. And then the previous years it goes down just because we've done the previous area before with this program. And then with this, we've got public improvement, our normal concrete replacement program, and then also our sidewalk gap closure program. With that one, we are currently working with Bloomfield Township to coordinate with them to over our 2-year fiscal period, because their fiscal period starts in April, is to do sidewalk installation all the way on Corton Lake Road, the south side, from Lossard to Woodward. So it's something that we're just trying to do a joint effort with to be able to have that under one project. And for City of Birmingham, it would be under 2 fiscal years, one in 25-26, and then one in 26-27. For the alleys, budget for that, it's usually, we budget approximately $40,000 to do maintenance and repairs of our alleys annually for that budget. And then lastly is the fiber optic system. The city installed the fiber optic system in downtown over the Old Woodward projects and Maple projects. And with that budget remains the same. You might see some small increases in the, essentially decreases in the future because people installing fiber optics and paint into the system, but right now it's just only $5,000 estimated just for annual maintenance of it.
Good morning. For public services general accounts, our main significant notes of change are decreases of approximately 21% in other contractual services. This is because some of our projects have been moved to capital outlay accounts as opposed to the previous funds that we were showing them in. We have a decrease of $54,000 for building maintenance, as it depicts our building repairs budget from a prior year is no longer being used. Computer equipment rental, which you're seeing with everybody else, is increasing just in general charges as we all try to move from paper. Training, we have an increase of about 35%. It's noted in here as CDL license, but that's also our arborist certification programs that we're doing, our S licenses for our staff, which is for their work with the water mains, that sort of thing, getting everybody certified. We have a decrease in our machine and equipment of approximately 64% as we finished a bunch of our emergency repairs, which was the doors for our wash bay area that were failing. And then our building improvements is going to increase. It shows by 271%, but it's $75,000. This is a replacement of original doors on a lot of buildings on our north side of our campus that were installed in '86. And so it's going to improve efficiency of the doors, security, and that sort of thing. Future years, we're looking to do some general improvements around campus for like lighting and that sort of thing. So it's other contractual. Rental continues to go up for computer needs. and we're looking to decrease as we finish completing other tasks around the facility for the furniture replacement, that sort of items as we move forward. And then the other ones are standard charges that are continuing to go. Then for property maintenance funds, the largest differences we're seeing are items associated with fringe benefit adjustments as retiree health care contributions are starting to decrease. And then other contractual services, the decrease there is because we're bringing more items in-house as we analyze where we're using third-party services and making it tighter. Cemetery maintenance, which is worked on with the clerk's office. Our biggest things there is an increase in wages as a result of our contractual increase to the bargaining agreement. And then here, I actually didn't put it in my last one in here. Yeah, and that was also a salary increase associated with the bargaining agreement as well as the engagement.
Okay, so under Public Works, I don't believe anyone addressed the streetlights.
I know, I think we skipped streetlights.
We skipped streetlights, yes. So can we go back to that, please?
I apologize for that.
Streetlights with this upcoming year, we've got our phase 2 of the streetlight carbon reduction grant program. So with that, that's replacing LED lights throughout the city itself. Phase 1, that construction is going to happen this year, and then phase 2 would be for that. And then the previous, actually the next 2 fiscal years after that is just the annual maintenance of a light fixture gets damaged, et cetera, type of a deal for any replacement for the streetlights within the city itself.
All right, that completes Public Works. Do we have any questions from the commission?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Actually, for Melissa, if we're doing carbon reduction, which is supposed to make things efficient, why does the street lighting utility cost keep going up every year and there's no dip anywhere for more efficient?
So with that, it's the estimated increased cost from DTE from our current one. With that, we don't necessarily have we've got the estimated carbon usage reduction for it, but we necessarily don't have it lumped together from what we get from DTE. So this upcoming fiscal year, after we see this construction season happen, we will be able to estimate better the reduction of the conversion to LED within the city.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Butler.
So, understanding that we're here to talk about budgets, I'd still have a sense that this section merits more discussion. I'm not 100% sure what that discussion should be. Part of it is understanding, for me, like things like why sidewalk construction and maintenance is a separate department, and other aspects of the organization here. But the bigger concern is that infrastructure is our biggest concern, among our biggest concerns, and possibly our biggest concern. And therefore, again, this budget merits some more discussion. And I'm looking at you because you're the expert in this. I'm not 100% sure where that should go, but I don't want to close the book on it and move on. So I would ask my fellow commissioners if they have any thoughts on this.
Well, the infrastructure as far as roads will happen under the Section 10 Special Revenue Funds.
That's what I was going to say.
So
We
I
haven't
think
even talked about that yet.
that's the bigger infrastructure section that we haven't gotten to yet.
Well,
And that's the long-term capital improvement.
okay, let's talk about this. The use, for example, of, just for one thing that comes up, the use or not use of outside contractors to help with all the work that we're doing. So we're planning on bringing stuff in-house, right? Seems to me, given all the work, we'd be looking at farm more out, but what do I know?
We are bringing some in and farming some out. So we, you know, and Melissa, you might want to address this, but we have multiple professional service contracts with multiple different groups. We finally have, or do we have full staff in the engineering department yet? We're down one.
We're down one.
So we're almost there. We finally found somebody who is going to, seems to be a very good fit. So there's Melissa as a city engineer, Corey is the assistant city engineer, and then another third person that we've had trouble filling that position over time, and we've seen some turnover. We have a good candidate that's there and who's working out very well, and we're looking, that's what some of the stuff that we're bringing in-house we're gonna give to him. But we do have HRC, we have Noack and Fraus, we have OHM.
You have Fleece and Vandenbreek, G2, and AEW. So we've got those as our engineering consultants, and depending on what project they do, they are with that for our consulting engineers.
Some of the small, it's the smaller things that we're looking to bring in-house because we're getting concerns that when they're farmed out to another engineering firm, they're taking too long to get back with the answers. And they're smaller things that if we had more help inside, which we do now with a stable, with that third engineering position filled, that they can handle that and get them out the door a lot faster than they have been when they're farmed out.
And if I could provide one example, is our soil erosion permit. The city handles the soil erosion permit for the city of Birmingham. With that previously, we used to do the plan reviews. We used to give to one of our consulting engineers. Now we're doing that in-house to be able to speed up that time for potentially someone demolishing their building, et cetera, type of a deal. So that's some of the services we're bringing in-house to help speed up the time of approval process.
Which is better community responsiveness. So
that's the goal.
I would like to add on, though, it's a good point that Commissioner Bauer brought up at the beginning. We need to talk about it, but I think we need to get to the capital improvement plan first, and then maybe at the end or whenever we think it's appropriate to talk about a larger picture for. We haven't talked about roads yet.
Right.
This is sidewalks only, so maybe a little too early.
If we were to increase the larger picture with roads, that would affect you, right?
Yes.
Our spending is proportional to your spending, right? So if we decide to spend $2 million more on roads, then you're going to be like,
we're going to have to go back and visit this budget probably later on.
Correct, right.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that one bucket is across several tabs of this book.
Yep, and so with that, just to let you know, the sidewalk, the alley, the fiber optic, and streetlights are all separate accounts, so that's the reason why you see it in here. They sometimes fund the projects of what you might see of South Old Woodward might have 5 accounts funding it. Your major road, sewer street fund, water fund, sidewalk fund, and streetlights, and probably actually 6 fiber optic itself. So some of these ones do fund some of the projects that you may see, depending on what happens. But usually if you're looking at increasing $2 million for road construction, these ones might increase a little bit because we might have to do more sidewalk ADA replacements or look at doing a sidewalk gap closure on a proposed street that's going to get a mill and overlay or reconstruction itself. But most of the money of increase would go into either the local major roads or your water and sewer funds.
Commissioner Haig.
I don't think there's any arguing about breaking it out into the individual budgets. I'd actually argue that if you did try clumping it together, I wouldn't be happy about that. I like seeing that, but I think where it's going is have all of those conversations under one infrastructure type category so that we can then walk through this, and this, because they're, exactly at his point, they're all linked to each other in some way, shape or form anyway. So it just makes it a little bit easier flow-wise for everybody not to be trying to figure out something which we spoke about an hour and a half ago, or 2 hours ago, and then what's going on here. It's just a logical joining, that's all.
and I would just add, when we talk about it in this context, we're looking at expenses only, and some of these categories actually have income that, we're not talking about, right?
Yeah, that is a bit confusing, that you see expenses and then 400 pages later there's a revenue.
Right, and
Please, can we have expense and revenue so that they're next to each other? Because it makes in and out a lot easier to see. It's just how I'm looking at it, I don't know.
All right, any other comments from the commission or any comments from the public? please raise your hand in the room or use the raise your hand function online. I see none, and it is 9:55 a.m. And so how long is the break scheduled for, Ms. Ecker?
5 minutes.
All right, so we will adjourn for a 5-minute break. We'll be back at roughly 10 a.m. So how did you like that meetup that you had with, for your grant?
Oh, it was good.
All right.
It was good. Really inspiring. Part of the reason we were excited about this, being a part of this, is that we're going to get access to other people who are doing work like we are. So I had this lunch situation, and there was a girl sitting alone. I said, "Yeah, go try to come over so we can meet people." She was from Wayne Keats. I was like, "Oh no." Oops.
Your competition, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, right? There's room for everyone, I think.
Wayne Pete's doesn't play fair, so.
What's that? We're tangled in it now.
Yeah. All right. Everybody ready to go?
Croissants are really good. They're totally underrated. Croissants are totally underrated.
I've had like 8 of those.
They're so good.
At least 6.
They don't come up very often, so I feel like.
All right.
They'll tell you no, you can't, but I can tell you.
Yeah, so Detroit's going. 3 weeks open.
So is everybody ready to go?
We're ready when you are.
She wants it.
All right. We move to health and welfare.
And that is me. So health and welfare budget, proposed budget includes services for city residents. We have $3,000 for coalition, $18,000 for youth assistance, $1,500 for common ground, over $67,000 for mental health corresponder, of which $10,000 is for mental awareness annual subscription app. Over $126,000 is for Next, and $7,000 is for the Michigan Indigent Defense. And that represents our portion of the local share for that program. So we keep it separately for the city's legal team expenses. Current year budget is higher than the recommended budget for next year because we have in this year's budget encumbrances for design services and owners representation. And since not all the funds will be used for this year, they will carry over to the next budget cycle.
Just to add on to that, that was discussed on Monday at the City Commission. Why is it looking like it's up so high? And that's because that's where we have put in the purchase orders for Kramer Management, Newman and Smith. And in the future, we wouldn't have those same expenses, and we may not have the 126 going into next, should we proceed with the building. So that's what that is. We're not going to spend all that money in this current fiscal year, but that's when it's encumbered, so that's how it shows.
All right, any questions on health and welfare from the commission? Commissioner Buller.
So just on that point, I would just recommend that you amend the significant notes at the bottom so that it gives some context and mentions the Next Senior Services Center. It doesn't even mention that. But my main question is about, and this is again where we don't have income, the mental health co-responder, 57,400 plus 10,000. Where is that money coming from?
The opioid fund.
All of it? What's the,
believe so.
why does it say 57,400 plus 10,000?
Well, that's just to show that the 10,000 is for the app, not the co-responders themselves.
The app? What app? Did you say?
Yes.
What app?
Mental health app.
What app's that?
So,
we can get sheets
so
for you to
just so
address.
it's clear where I'm coming from, I think this is like an amazing program. I think we ought to do everything we can to increase it. I think that if it comes, like right now we're cooperating with these other communities, maybe the time comes when we want to do it ourselves to have a more comprehensive, full-time. So some discussion of that is all I'm looking for.
Sure. So the cooperation actually works really good. If we were to hire our own social worker to have in-house, we would have them 40 hours a week. Right now, by splitting, we're getting 2 people 40 hours. So we got 80 hours worth of coverage, and it's only costing us a quarter of the cost. So it actually works out really good, and that gives us access to the other co-responders that are part of that group, if need be. So it gets us part of a larger pool, which has been great. The app that they're talking about, that's actually an app for the police department. That's a wellness app for our officers. We've pushed a real wellness program within the police department to help with PTSD and other issues that people in emergency services deal with. So this is an app that ties them directly to mental health and substance abuse resources, as well as like physical training, exercise stuff, anything to help reduce stress. It's an app that ties them to local clinicians that we've identified here in town, as well as like national programs to help with wellness.
Are we using that?
We are, yep. So it's all anonymous, but I can go on and pull a report, and basically what it tells me is just that someone accessed this portion of the app. So I can see that on a monthly basis, there is people accessing different portions of that app.
Okay, so back to co-responding. Are we getting everything we need out of that program? Or are there some calls where we would love to have a co-responder, but not available?
So I would say it's a mix of both. I mean, certainly there's calls that we would love to have a co-responder on that they're not always available. For instance, in the middle of the night, there's no co-responder on duty in the middle of the night. But what we're getting out of that program is really the connection to all the other resources through OCHN and their partners that we normally wouldn't have. So by having our co-responders work through OCHN, for instance, there's a SOBR support unit, a crisis response unit that have all worked here within the city because of our connection through CORE. So,
And are the other communities as enthusiastic about this as we are?
They are, and it's a rapidly growing program right now through OCHN.
So you're getting all you want for it?
Yeah, it's been great.
And it would be
really has.
very difficult for us to hire a social worker on our own.
It would be,
They're
and I think
high
we would get
demand.
less out of it because of the additional coverage we get as part of the
So
partnership.
this amount of money, that's my specific question. This is enough?
At this current time, it's enough. I don't see a need for us to grow within what we're doing. We did talk about this a little bit actually at last year's budget hearing too, that I think there's going to be a movement in the future to where we see our co-responders more of a group that respond versus two assigned to certain agencies, two assigned to other agencies, where it'll become more of a pool of a shared resource because of the issues on coverage. But right now, the way it is no, we're doing really good. We're all set.
I would just comment that that's
Yeah.
not a lot of money for a lot of return.
Right.
Correct.
Commissioner Hagan?
Oh, you were about to say something, though, weren't you?
I was going to say that the other benefit for going through OCHN is that they maintain the professional development, licensing credentials, liability, all those things. That's a service to us that we don't have to do that individually. It's a much higher quality of candidate who gets much more opportunity for best practices and professional development than we could do on our own.
And then
And that's true about their training. Obviously, there's a lot of training OCHN puts on for their co-responders, but also the oversight of that program through the levels of supervision through OCHN that helps those resources that, quite frankly, I may not be aware of, so that they can reach out to those resources at OCHN and get that. So it works well.
couple of questions from my side. This app sounds really interesting. Is that available to police, fire, EMS? And I'm actually going to throw DPS in there as well, because sometimes they're going to mess with some nasty stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday.
Sure. So it was initiated by the police department for the police department. The app it's a price per user, but it is open to anybody. We could open it citywide, and that would just be an additional cost per user, is the way it works.
Your judgment on that, but if there's a need, there's a need. It's as simple as that. And then I'm on the same page as him as far as the value that this co-responder brings to us. And you mentioned the pooling. Has there been any request back to them about how to create a 24-hour coverage with this pooling system? And if it costs a little bit more, it costs a bit more, but weirder things seem to happen at midnight compared to midday.
Sure. So actually last year, we asked OCHN to pull all the numbers for calls for service for them so we can evaluate the time of need and the days of need. By doing that, we did extend their hours and the work week. So initially, they were just working Monday through Thursday because those were the higher volume of calls. When we added the second clinician a couple years ago, we saw that there was a fairly good volume of calls on Friday. So now they work, one works Monday through Thursday, the other one works Tuesday through Friday, and one moved more towards an afternoon shift to give us additional coverage in the evening hours based on our calls for service. So we are evaluating that every year to look at what the averages are to make sure we're getting the right coverage.
Is it just us, or are the other communities doing the same event?
All 4 communities.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So please let us know if we need 7-day-a-week, 24-hour coverage.
Absolutely.
Just because, midnights and weekends as well. And then just the last question, actually more a city manager question, to be honest. So Commissioner Banner, I think it was asked for more breakout of some of those costs for the contractual services. Just out of curiosity, why were they put under health and welfare for these contractual services? I know it says they were for this 400 East Lincoln project, but health and welfare doesn't seem quite right. I'm not sure what would seem better.
I had extensive conversations with Mark Gerber before he left, so I don't know how much you're privy to, but it was his recommendation that it go under health and under this section, because that's where we had typically funded senior services, like through Next. And so he felt like that was the best fit for any other fund.
But this isn't just senior services. That's been part of this entire conversation.
No, it's
That's
health
why
and
I'm kinda
welfare, but it
curious.
always covered our payments to Next for the senior services component. So he felt that this was the best place that it fit from an accounting standpoint.
Okay. All
It's
right.
also easy to find if you're looking for it.
It was just the association of costs, that was all.
Apparently, Assistant City Manager Clements is indicating also that in the past, years ago, that it used to all be run through the police department, and that Mark Gerber had recommended changing that because that didn't make sense. It was hard to follow and it didn't make any sense. And so he created this health and welfare fund to cover all of these different things, primarily for this one. So I didn't even know that.
Commissioner Host.
Yeah, this is for Police Chief Gruey. In the stats that you have for 7 days a week, Saturday and Sunday aren't covered by the co-responders. What are we losing with that?
So I don't have the stats in front of me to tell me like actual numbers and what we're talking about, but I can tell you our highest volume of calls for service that include a co-responder are typically in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We do have some calls on Saturday and Sunday, but it's far fewer than during the week.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that because I was thinking that Saturday and Sunday would be the worst days. So.
For example, like the agencies south of us that have a co-responder, theirs does work on Saturday, but when they did do their evaluation, they found there was a higher volume on Saturdays. We don't have that right now, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission on health and welfare? Any questions from the public on health and welfare? Use the raise your hand function online. I see none, so we'll move to community and economic development.
All right, speaking of not a lot of money for a lot of bang for your buck, I'm here to represent the planning department here. Not bad, huh? Not bad. And much like everybody else, my budget's up. I think a small amount of it is the traditional increases, the step increases for employment, plus all the computer equipment rental things that traditionally go up year after year. Everything else that we generally ask for stayed the same. I evaluated it all. A lot of the things stayed the same. My big fish this year, and what I'm thinking, and I hope you agree, is that I've been preparing you for this ask for some time now, is the zoning ordinance update. We did adopt the 2040 plan 2 years ago now. Unbelievable, by the way. And the first logical step out of the adoption of a master plan is to update our zoning ordinance so we can begin to implement the master plan. So I got a range of quotes, and the $200,000 mark is what we're comfortable with. It's not the high end by any stretch of the imagination, but another thing I need to tell you about that is I actually plan to make it an attempt to take advantage of some economies of scale here. Our sign ordinance is also in need of an update. So I'm hoping in going out for an RFP for something like a zoning ordinance, I can perhaps do an additional bid item to get our zoning ordinance, or excuse me, sign ordinance thrown in there as well and take advantage of a consultant while they're here. The other ask that's new for me is, as Jana alluded to earlier, is moving our transcriptionist from a part-time 30 hours a week to full-time 40 hours a week. Of course, that's an addition of a little bit less than 5 hours a week. We think there's a huge advantage to bringing her on full-time, as Jana already mentioned, a lot of the administrative work that she can help if there happens to not be minutes to do. Which, as new boards, ad hoc boards come into play, she's been more than willing to take on those. She's also taken over Parks and Rec recently, and other boards, Public Arts Board recently, to try and make our minutes as transparent, as consistent as we can, which we think is a valuable public service. So that's really it. The rest, I think that OpenGov told you the story fairly well, which is a real advantage of the software. So open for questions, of course.
Commissioner Host.
The 200,000 is what you're estimating this is going to cost. You know, when we talked about it with the planning board, we were talking 100,000. Can you explain?
Yeah, and I don't recall that specific instance, but since you said 100,000, in talking with consultants that traditionally do this type of work, the overarching theme is you get what you pay for. So you can get an ordinance done for $100,000, but will it be as good as, say, spending a little extra? I know I'm using the term a little, but in the grand scheme, a little extra to do it right. The ranges I got were 100 to 250, so I'm asking for 2 because I think, in my professional opinion, that can get it done and done well.
Commissioner Emerine.
I just want to, and Nick mentioned this, just want to remind the Planning Commission that the master plan is a hugely important document to the city. We spent 6 years, the planning board, 5 or 6 years working on it. And Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the Planning Enabling Act requires it to be updated every 5 years. So we've updated it 2 years ago now, and we've basically done nothing to implement it. And step 1 is this zoning ordinance. So it's my opinion, we cannot delay on updating the zoning ordinance. It's the first big step to implementing that master plan. And I forget how many dollars we spent on the master plan, but if we don't start moving on it and moving on it now, we're going to restart the whole clock again and redo that whole master plan all over again. So it's a big deal, and I encourage the commission to support Nick on this adventure. Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard, for Ballard.
So we haven't had much discussion of performance goals, objectives, and measures today. A couple years ago or more, I suggested that there could be some improvement, and I do see some improvement. So thank you. And particularly on yours, so I'd like to talk about just a few. The page 178 of our packet that has to improve the character of the built environment. And there's several here that interest me. For example, is it true we're putting 20 new bike racks out every year?
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily prescribe where we're putting them out. It could be streetscape, it could be parks, could be things like that, yeah.
Okay, that's significant. That's a lot of bike racks. I was curious about civic space improvements and what you had planned, the 4 civic space improvements for the year.
Oh, forgive me, I'm going to get to that, but I guess, here I am. So, of course, as you know, civic space improvements is a broad umbrella. So I'll admit I might be being generous here, but I'm thinking public art and the plazas that they create. I also consider, in a way, bus stops or plazas and our vision of enhanced bus shelters where it's more than just a glass box. I would also say that those multimodal improvements, so we, not only bike racks, but bike repair stations in areas and parks and public places, things of that nature.
Okay, that's good. I hope that all the departments look back at what they're saying they're going to do and periodically and see if they did. I guess you do note actual, but we don't know what. Couple other things. I'm a little disappointed, but maybe not. Maybe you can explain that the implementation of the wayfinding and gateway signage plan after several years in 27-28 is only going to be 24% completed. Is that based on your idea of what the budget's going to be for putting that stuff in?
That's exactly right. I think the total budget, if I'm interrupting, but to get everything done, we're looking at like $700,000, and it's obviously super hard with how tight our budget is to take big bites at that apple. So we've been taking smalls, $100,000 to get it out, a good start going, which is what we're working on currently, and then little things like $50,000 a year, which doesn't get us but maybe 2 to 4 signs. So we're just taking little bites and trying to be strategic with those little bites.
But that's not 24% completed, that's additive, 6 plus 13 plus 21 plus 24, isn't it?
15 of 62.
No, he's only adding 2 signs in 1 year.
Yeah.
This goes to competing priorities and the commission's goal, to improve the aging infrastructure being top. Could we allocate more money into wayfinding? We could add a little more. If that's what you want to do. I mean, you're going to.
This is something we need to talk about, and we haven't really had that discussion in any, in the right context of what our priorities are and how much money we have and where we can get that money. So, that might be a workshop or something. I don't know. Yeah. So, and to Commissioner Emmerine's point, I think getting 30% or 29% through the implementation of the 2040 plan, that's pretty ambitious, but that would be great. So anyway, yep, that's my comment.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Any questions from the public? See none in the room. I see none online. You can use the raise your hand function. We move to recreation and culture.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Starting with Parks and Recreation, our significant budget amounts that you'll see, salary and wages and fringe benefits are both on the decrease, change in cost allocations, and then decreasing contributions for retiree health care, that sort of thing. Additional decrease in operating supplies. This is related to the recycling containers are purchased and out. We aren't anticipating having to do a bulk purchase again, so it's coming off the books. Equipment rental and lease. The increase is a rental fee that's associated. You keep hearing the rental fee for the vehicles adjusted. That's because we did an audit, realized we were behind, adjusted everybody appropriately for actual costs for replacing vehicles across citywide, in addition to even my own department, and what it costs to maintain those vehicles on a regular basis. That's why you keep hearing that one. Land improvements, the $110,000 for Pembroke Park inclusive playground improvements, $30,000, and Poppleton Park Phase 1, and then some sidewalk improvements that we have planned in different parks, such as Shane Park right here. Those items are all on there. Public improvements budget of $75,000 for Barnum Park LED lights, and then starting some of our park signage work, which continues into future years. And in the future years, we have larger budgeted items for the different parks associated both with park signage increase and update and the different playground equipment upgrades that we have intended per our Parks and Rec master plan, per the bond that we have for our parks, that sort of thing. Moving on to the ice arena. The big differences there is an increase for the cost of a full-time person that was added to staff, as well as a change in our general cost allocations for DPS staff as a whole for maintaining the items there, but you'll notice that's also being offset by a significant decrease in the hospitalization and retiree health care contribution costs as well. For community activities, again, you see a decrease in the fringe benefits. Our operating supplies also has a decrease because it's depicting a encumbrance from 23-24 rolling over into 24-25 and the purchase of some holiday lights associated with that. And then we have an increase of $9,000 for Celebrate Birmingham. The increase is related to additional parade costs and staff involvement that we've had as a whole. Anything else? Yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you. We now have the Historical Museum.
Good morning. The Allen House budget over the next couple of years shows the reduction due to the completion of numerous projects that we have been working on the past few years. especially under contractual services, and we expect that to continue to reduce into the next few years as those projects are fully completed. The major focus this year in the Allen House and the next 2 years are the phase improvements of the park. The John West Hunter Park has multiple phases that we have been working with, including CDBG funding and city funding to complete those projects. And that's all I have for the Allen House. For the Hunter House, again, the preservation projects of the last few years have been now completed, and so what you see in the budget there is basic operations and regular maintenance.
All right, that concludes Recreation and Culture. Any questions from the commission? Or Scott, or, yes?
Just to comment how lucky we are that Leslie's gone statewide with being appointed to the Historical Commission.
Yes. We made a commission announcement.
Back to the podium to say thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, we made a commission announcement out of you at the last meeting. Any other questions on Recreation and Culture? All right, any questions from the public on the Recreation and Culture budget? Either in the room or online, use the raise your hand function. I see none, so we move to the very exciting transfers out.
Yes, so these transfers these transfers are from the general fund to other funds within the budget. Mostly the transfers go to major and local streets and sometimes to the capital projects funds for projects that we pay out of the general fund. We do expect a significant increase from this year to next year in the transfers to the major fund. Major street fund mainly of $6 million.
So that is moving general fund tax revenue to support infrastructure improvements for roads.
Correct.
Major street fund, all right. And then also some for sewers and capital projects, right? All right, so any questions about transfers out from the commission? Commissioner Host.
Mary, why is 2026 $700,000+ less than the other years?
It's actually $4.2 million higher.
I think he's talking about local street funds.
Oh, local street fund?
Local street funds, sorry.
Oh, that just depends on the types of roads that are in the capital improvement plan for that year. If it's a major street, it'll come out of the major streets. If it's a local street, it'll come out of, so it depends on what the classification is of the road projects that year, as to which fund it comes out of.
So local streets goes from 171,000 to 612,000, Commissioner Host?
I was looking at fiscal year 2026, $3,713,000. In the transfer to local streets. And, when we have a lag, can we move up the next year's projects to cover the money lag? I'm asking.
I guess I'm curious what you mean by money lag.
That one street, that one portion of Westwood is, is it Glengarry or no? Glenhurst. The one portion of Glenhurst is to be redone next year. If there was room in this year, could we have moved it up?
Oh, could we? Possibly, yes. It would depend on the timing and when we decide that we're pausing on another project and then moving that up. Because, of course, there's a lot of lead time that goes into these projects in terms of designing them and so on.
Well, are we doing any of that this year?
We have a full schedule planned for the whole 6 years of the capital improvement plan. If one project got eliminated for some reason, we could move something up. But right now, the way that we're proposing it spread across 6 years, it's based on how much money we have in a given year, and B, how much staff time and resources we have to actually get it done.
I think Commissioner Emmerine was first.
So first at a high level, because when the public thinks streets, they don't know the difference between major and local. Could somebody, whether it's Secker or Melissa, just at a high level, so someone who lives on Maple knows the difference between some side streets? Is there just a, then I'm assuming that's how these funds are allocated between those
Yes,
two.
so for the city, we've got two road classification. One is a major road that the city owns. So part of that is Maple Road, all the way within the city limits, the city does own it. 14 Mile Road, we own from the east limits to Greenfield. Then Greenfield to Southfield Road is the road commission for Oakland County. So some of the major roads are Old Woodward, Maple, portions of, we've got under jurisdiction would be Cranbrook, 14 Mile Road. Some of it also includes Pierce, Lincoln, so sometimes they're half-mile roads. It also includes Oak Street, Wimbledon. Those are some of the examples of the major roads that you see that the city has jurisdiction on. And then local streets would be any other one that the city has jurisdiction on, that falls under that classification.
And just to clarify, the major roads, they're actually designated by the state through PA 51. So they designate which ones are the major roads. And whatever's left that we have ownership and control over is local.
And then, can I continue?
Yes.
So then, in general, when we're looking at street improvements, is it appropriate maybe for high-level discussions to kind of combine those two and say in fiscal year '25, we were at 6.5 million, and the recommended budget is at 9.7 that we're going to be spending on roads. So that's a 50% increase in spending in 1 year. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that
yes,
pretty fair?
that's fair to say. I think we try to be as granular as possible so the public can understand exactly how it's broken down. But to your point, yes, those are all road improvements.
And then the plan for 27 and 28, so this year we're at 6.5, plan for 27 is pushing 11 million, and then in plan for 28 is 11.4. So this budget and this plan is showing pretty substantial increases year over year. Is that
correct?
Fair to say? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Really quickly?
Yes.
So for Commissioner Commissioner Host's question, in 2026, it goes from 4.7 down to 3.7 for local streets, but if you go two lines up, major streets goes from 1.7 to 6 million.
Exactly.
And, you got to have bodies at the city doing their planning, their ordering, what have you. But you're still going from 2025 to allocating 6.6 to 10.8 along the lines of what Commissioner Emmerine said. So we are on an upward trajectory. But you just can't look at each one of those because you've got a major, in 2026, we've got a major street that's almost $6 million that we have to focus on. So that's going to, there's only so much you can plan for or do, I assume, with what you have.
Correct.
I have one more.
Yes.
And then later on, when we talk about capital improvements, we'll probably dive into some more of the details, which streets and how these do. Is that true? So we'll save that for later?
Yep, the 6-year plan is in the book.
It's coming up. Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to say, just remember, this is only transfers out we're looking at.
Yes.
Just
Not
to
total costs.
reemphasize, but the transfers out are increasing every single year.
Right, which shows the dedication to improving our roads.
Well, I want to bring it up later, but I also want to look at the net fund balances of all major and non-major funds, that every single fund at the beginning of the package shows a year-over-year reduction in total balance, which means income and expenditure aren't matched. We're spending more than we actually are receiving. When I look at the sum balances right at the beginning of the package, that's how I read it. When I see things like total major fund, ending fund balance, and every year it gets smaller. Individual funds go up and down, but the sum of the whole, we are spending more every year, and we're basically dipping into the bank now. I think this needs to be something we talk about at a certain point. Now is the wrong time, but because of the discussion of expenditure, we've got to talk about everything is coming out of a savings account. We'll talk about it later.
All right. Any questions from the public on transfers out, either in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so we will move on to special revenue funds.
And we're moving right into the major street fund. So, as stated earlier, major street fund is the street fund for the streets that have a significant amount of traffic within the city. And then Melissa will help us go through, Melissa the engineer will help go through the major fund budget. So transfers, I do want to say that transfers into this fund are balanced. We work together with engineering for the capital projects for the next 3 years. We kind of review everything as a whole. We consider major streets, local streets, sewer and water funds as well, as they're integrated, and we check our reserve balances for each of these funds. So our goal is to keep the fund balance, to keep the funds as close to the reserve balance as possible. This is why you see a lot of the fluctuations that we talked about into the major street fund. It could be a large increase in 1 year, then there's a decrease the next year. So this happens as we work to balance the funds based on the projects coming in. And while the major street fund and the local street fund are, the projected ending fund balance is decreasing due to the projects, we are trying to maintain a fund balance in there in reserves to be able to cover the future costs in those funds. And I'll hand it over to Melissa. Thank you.
So the major street funds, before I get into the capital improvement programs for this proposed upcoming fiscal year, just to let you know, major funds also covers any of the maintenance, traffic control systems, and pavement markings, et cetera, as part of this major street fund. So include some of the sources for DPS to be able to maintain it, their contractors to be able to maintain our road system, and then also to the traffic signals, pavement markings, et cetera. And for the capital improvement program for fiscal year 25-26, we have the traffic signal mast arms program. So that's the last part of 4 locations to install traffic signals at the mast arms. Currently, the one got finished over at Willits and Bates area, and then the 3 other locations to be completed over this construction year is at Southfield and Brown, Adams and Poppleton/Elm, and Adams and Maple. The next one would be the Maple Cranbrook traffic signal improvements. So with that, the Road Commission of Oakland County owns the 3 other legs of it because of those being located either in Bloomfield Township or the Village of Bloomfield. And so with that, 1/4 of our cost would be for that traffic signal because we do own that southeast corner of that intersection. So that is estimated to be about $75,000 for the city's portion for that traffic signal improvements in that location. The 2025 concrete program, with that, we're looking to do concrete patching of panels on our major streets. So some of the locations that we're currently looking at is on Lincoln. I drove it yesterday, west of Arlington. There's some locations where the slab panels have cracked, et cetera. So we'll be looking at doing spot replacements on major streets on concrete roads itself. The 2026 resurfacing program, that would be to select one of the major streets for that and be able to do improvements of some of the asphalt patching and select locations on major streets. And probably the biggest project for this upcoming fiscal year and for construction season for the city next year would be the South Eaton Road project. That includes resurfacing the roadway, but then also to adding bike lanes from 14 Mile Road just south of Maple itself. So with that, that's part of the larger project that we'd be looking at for the city next year. And then North Old Woodward resurfacing program, there's approximately $38,000 budgeted for that. That would be for our engineering consultant to start design for that in fiscal year 25-26 to hopefully, if we can coordinate it, have it constructed in 2026, but also knowing North Old Woodward is right adjacent to Woodward and Woodward Cruise, so it's just trying to get that design going so that way we are not having construction when that's occurring. And then Wimbledon reconstruction phase 2, that would be the easterly portion from Oxford to Adams Road that we'd be looking at doing for part of our capital improvement program that would also include sewer, water improvements along with the roadway itself. And then for the next 2 years, just to give projections of it, you do see a large increase in one project for fiscal year 26, 27, hence why you might see it's just one large project, it's Derby Bridge. The bridge was built in 1930, needs replacement. It's estimated about $5.5 million. We keep applying each year for the MDOT Bridge local program. We have not been successful on that. We did apply for it last month, so hopefully we can get some type of funding from that. And then also too, we work with the city manager's office to see if there's any requests to the state to try to get some at least funding match on that one. So what you see is kind of the peaks and valleys, as discussed a little bit ago, of this upcoming fiscal year. You see Wimbledon and South Eaton as being your major projects, but then the following year, as a total for both major and local streets, a large impact is going to be on the Derby Bridge and having to replace that itself.
Local streets?
Local streets. So, moving on, local streets, so we have approximately 63 miles of local streets in the city. Of course, the Department of Engineering and Public Services is responsible for the maintenance of these roads. And again, if a project begins this year, we allocate all the projected funding for the fiscal year, even though not all the money will be spent in this year, so it'll carry forward when the project is completed. Obviously, we have challenges with construction costs rising as they have increased over the past year, and going forward, we do expect them to continue to increase. Planning ahead, we do have an increase in this budget line item, and we do maintain to reserve a reserve balance in this fund of $700,000 and $1.2 million in the major street funds. So we keep an eye out on our fund balance going forward. It fluctuates based on the projects that are coming due.
Yep, and with that, some of the upcoming capital improvement projects proposed in the budget for fiscal year 25-26 is what kind of we call our annual program. So that would be our annual concrete repair program, our annual Cape Seal program, and our annual resurfacing program. That's our asphalt program of doing mills and overlays on streets that we're not necessarily looking to do any infrastructure improvements on. They've been done recently. It's just the maintenance of the roadway on top itself that it needs. And then for including our capital improvement project would be for next year for local streets would be Bird Avenue phase, what we're calling 1B. That would be able to go Grant to the east to be able to complete that section. And then looking at Abbey Street, maybe north of Wimbledon to be able to do utility improvements with that project itself. And then the next couple of years for fiscal year 26, 27, you can kind of see we're in the same location of Bird. One of the goals is there's existing 4-inch water main all on that street from Pierce to Woodward itself that we want to replace to an 8-inch water main. And then also be able to look at what we kind of call the area north of Wimbledon to be able to do Oxford and Henley area. And then with this one, what you see in fiscal year 26, 27, and also fiscal year 27, 28 is West Merrill Street reconstruction. That would be from Southfield to right in front of the libraries, the whole entire phase. Phase 1 would just be the portion right in front of the library. This section of Merrill scored high for water and sewer, so hence it needs replacement identification for that. So that would be for that next upcoming fiscal years.
All right, so let's take the streets as a separate question because there's so many questions, I'm sure, before we move into waste disposal and climate action and senior services. So, yes.
I just wanted to touch on Commissioner Haig's point. His statement was that we're actually depleting our fund balances every year. That's not the case. We do keep we do pay close attention to each of our fund balances. So, for instance, let's take our general fund, which I know isn't local roads and streets, but for example, our goal is to have between 17% and 40% funded, left in that fund, an unassigned fund balance in case of emergencies or things that pop up. We currently have 38% fund balance in there. It is going down a little bit between 25-26 to 26-27, very small amount, and then the following year it goes up, and it depends on the projects that are coming in any given year. We're going to be budgeting, we're looking at 40%. So the absolute upper end of our fund balance goal, we are fully funded. So we are not depleting our fund balances repeatedly year after year. For the major and local streets funds, you know, as we mentioned, it depends on the project and where the money comes out of in any given year. Major streets funds, it is going down some 600,000 over the next, if we approve this budget, because of the projects that are allocated to major and local streets. Then the following year, it's going up $2.5 million. So we're always watching those, and they do vary from one year to the next depending on the projects that are coming, but we always make sure that we're within our goals for the fund balances. So solid waste fund, that basically remains the same. Automobile parking system, that's going up this year. It'll come down a little bit next year because of the fact of the projects that we're doing on improving the parking structures. The water fund, it's going up significantly this year. It's going up from 4.8 to 5.4 because of the projects and how we're timing them. Then the following year, it will go down some, but overall, we're holding all of our funds at the policy levels that we've all agreed upon. Sewer fund, for instance, it's going up substantially this year, and it'll go down substantially the following year, as depending on how the projects go. Same with golf courses and information technology. And we do run all these numbers, and I do understand that it is a little bit harder with the book and the way that it's laid out to understand what goes in and what comes out. But we do run all the analysis on each and every one of those funds. So we do have those numbers. Could we provide them in a clearer method in the budget? I think
So
we could.
for example, for major streets, under the special revenue funds, the expenditure looks like it drops from 6.7 to 1.9 from 25, fiscal year 25 to 26. That's on page 201. But that's just out of this fund. We also just talked about we're spending $6 million coming from transfers out, which is not reflected as expenditures in this fund. So that is you have to mentally add it together.
Can I go to the observation point to make it clear what I was looking at? Page 40.
Page 40.
40, the very bottom line, ending fund balance, 134 million, 124 million, 122 million, 121 million, 111 million. That's a decrease every year. Then I go to page 43, total non-major funds, ending fund balance. Is that 59, 48, 45, 44, then it goes up to 45. That's the lines I'm looking at when I said the sum of the balance. Individual funds go up and down. I'm looking at the sum of the whole under these categories, and every single year it shows a net decrease. That's what I'm looking at, that I refer to somewhere along the line. We're dipping into the savings account because the sum of the whole is less each time as far as ending fund balances. That was my reference as a bigger picture. That's why I said maybe we talk about it in a separate point. It's not looking at an individual fund. It's the sum of the whole in these summaries that we were given at the beginning of the package.
To your point, I think we could clarify this a little more because this is the fund accounting. That's a totally different situation, correct? But it could be clearer. And I think the fund analysis that we run every year for each of the major funds to show that we are keeping them in the goal for the 17 to 40%, for instance, for the general fund, we do run those every year.
And the other thing that this doesn't include, as Mayor Pro Tem Balla already pointed out, is revenue. Because, for example, Mayor Pro Tem Balla got early notice at the YMC breakfast that the Eaton project, we won a big grant that will help cover that, which isn't reflected in the costs that are forecast here.
Correct.
So that was
it all works together, but it would be helpful, I think, and based on what I'm hearing as well, to have a grand one-pager that kind of summarizes it all up and makes it easier for people to understand how they all come together.
To that point, you do kind of have that up front. So to page 37 is the big overview of I'm looking at this thinking, how much money do we have in the bank? I mean, anybody who's, right? That's how, and in the business world, we have a thing called a balance sheet. okay?
Correct, yeah.
I understand that the government doesn't work that way, but when I look at all fund types, and it says recommended for this year, $168,774,000, right? That, to me, is how much money at the end of the year, or beginning, I assume at the end of the year, we're going to have in the bank. Is that a fair, very general, high-level statement?
Mary, I'm going to turn that one over to you, because I don't know, from an accounting standpoint, if that's correct.
No, that wouldn't, if you were referring to cash, it wouldn't be cash. That's just the ending fund balance. It includes, the calculation would have to be done to get the cash, the balance sheet.
What's in there that's not cash?
Depreciation, for example.
Oh, okay, I get that, right? Anything else significant?
Assets, yeah, assets.
Assets are in there?
Yes, we would have, yeah. Taxes, yeah.
Where are assets?
No, I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
depreciation.
Right, just
My apologies.
depreciation.
Just
And
depreciation.
And so that's an expense, okay, I get that. So, all right, so this first page is a good picture of all funds, and then you get to major funds. Now you break it down by major and non-major. Major funds, sewage disposal fund, automobile parking funds. This is where I think, for us, for me, the breakdown could go further, because, for example, I look at, on page 41, other governmental funds. Now, on the next page, I have to look and see that other governmental funds include special revenue, debt service, capital projects, permanent fund, and component units. Well, I couldn't find permanent fund and component units, but I did find debt and capital projects.
Component units are the library and the BS.
Okay, all right, so anyway, you get the point. And it'd be nice to see what the ending fund balance is for each individual unit, let's say, or whatever. Okay, and that's what's not here.
Okay.
But if depreciation is the only thing that's not included here, this is a good picture of what we've got, right? We talk a lot about the cushion in the general fund, but there's a lot more money that isn't in the general fund,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
That we've got.
Correct.
Okay. And
Parking fund, the water
Right.
fund, the sewer fund.
And do we have similar policies for how much cushion each one of those funds ought to have? Some of them are just transfers in and out as needed. So
To be honest, to answer, I don't know that I can clearly answer that question, because we have internal policies, but I don't know that they've ever been set like the general fund has, 17 to 40%. So for instance, from the financial accounting standpoint, Mark Gerber and I have talked over the years, we want to keep X amount of dollars in the sewer fund, X amount in the water. But I don't think it's been policy set by the commission that I know of.
So if I go back to that first page that says we've got $168 million, less depreciation, I say, well, going back to whatever page it is where it says that we're putting extra money into retiree or health, pension, whatever it was, right? I can't find that. To me, that sounds great, right? We can afford it because we got all this dough. On the other hand, I say, well, why are we putting extra money into that when we seem to be squeezed on infrastructure, right? I drove down Cole Street the other day. It's appalling. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's terrible. And I say to myself, and my constituents, particularly my wife, says, why can't you fix that street? Which I would say to you, why can't we fix that street? I don't care what's underneath it. Put a coat of asphalt on it. Now, I don't, this is maybe not the appropriate place for a detailed discussion of that. But if we've got $168 million, we should be able to afford to do stuff like that. So that's where I'll stop.
And I guess, did you want to touch on that, or do you want me to? Okay. Basically, because of the fund accounting system, and I'm not an accountant, the fund accounting system of local government, that you can only use certain funds for certain things. So to your point, I hear what you're saying and I understand it. It's frustrating, but you know, you've talked about the parking fund before. You have $38 million in the parking fund, but we can't use that to fix Cole Street. So
Well, that's
that's
probably,
where,
we could probably work out some. First of all, we're going to probably spend all that $38 million fixing these stupid garages. But
but you see my
I'm
point.
sure that a creative attorney could figure out how to
An enterprise fund? I think not.
how to create a parking something over there. Anyway, whatever.
But we are bound and constrained by accounting systems for public sector, and we have to follow the rules.
Okay, and I would say we can still afford to resurface Cole Street sooner rather than, I don't even see it here. Like, I don't even see that here in the next 5 years. Like, really?
Because if you recall, over the past 5 to 10 years, we've been changing it so that we analyze every street, water, sewer, surface.
You don't have to, sorry, I'm going to talk to my fellow commissioners here. You don't have to analyze water, sewer, and street. Just drive over the street.
Right, but there are budget, to Mayor Pro Tem Baller's point, there are budgets in each year for the resurfacing program, and maybe.
For mill and overlay.
So maybe we could increase our resurfacing program budget and hit, emergency streets.
Which, as long as we're talking about major and local streets, the law tells us what's major and what's local. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Correct.
Just straying a little bit here. Do we have any unimproved major streets?
Yes, you would have the portion offhand, Oak Street west of North Old Woodward. That's a major street, but it's unimproved. Wimbledon is a major street and unimproved from Woodward to Adams. Those are the two I know offhand. There might be a few more, but those are the ones I know offhand are major streets that are unimproved.
So the state tells us those are unimproved?
No, they tell us they're major.
No, I mean major, I'm sorry.
Yeah, PA 51.
Yeah, the Act 51 map, I could bring an example map in if you guys want, or next time at a city commission meeting. It's a map that the state provides us. We have to certify each year in case you're in a community where they added a new public roadway, then the mileage is increased, et cetera, type of a deal. So that is state major and local streets from our Act 51 map that is through the state of Michigan.
Anyway, as we move forward, we may want to think about how we handle major versus local streets, particularly when it comes to special assessments.
Yeah, I was just thinking if the state's telling us that those are major streets, then the state needs to help support them. End of story.
That is an entire conversation that's currently going on at the state level.
I get it, but
PA 51.
you tell me something, you have to help pay for it. Otherwise, hands off.
Well, it would have been interesting also if the fact that Wimbledon is a major street had come up during the discussion of Wimbledon. I might have had a couple.
It did.
Did it?
Yes.
Oh, I know that it came up that it was a highly trafficked street.
Yeah,
but the
that it was a major
classification
street.
is a major street. Okay, so we're at that point. Are we at that point, I would ask, where we weigh in on whether we think we're budgeting enough for local and major
Let
streets?
me finish the questions that are out, and then
Okay.
we'll come back to the capital improvement budget, $30 million, and $17 million is towards streets, roads, and sewers.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to echo what you're saying. I focused, during Commissioner comments, I don't know, about 4 or 5 months ago, about Lincoln, over by the ice rink, by the baseball diamonds, by the new restaurant that went in there. And that road is horrendous. It's horrendous. Cole is no better. I have friends who have offices there, who take their kids to baseball, who take their kids to the ice rink, and they are constantly telling me, when are you guys going to do these roads? This is ridiculous. And so I would be in favor of trying to do something. Those are high volume use roads, okay? Those are used by parents of Birmingham kids who are taking their kids tennis, ice rink, baseball, skateboard park. There's a restaurant there. The same thing with Cole. Cole's got a lot of office space there. I would like to see that done, and maybe maybe it's just a grind and replace for right now, But maybe we try and tack that on to when we're doing Eaton, right? Because we'll have contractors there doing Eaton whenever that's scheduled to be done, and maybe we can do a grill and what do you call it, a grind and resurface?
Mill and pave.
Maybe we can do a mill and paste or something like that along there, because it's horrendous. It really is. I know there's a lot of other streets that, need attention as well, but those are heavily used and need to be, in the next 5 years, it will become an unimproved roadway, in my opinion. No joke.
Commissioner Hay.
I'm not sure if this is the exact moment for it because we're on one particular thing, but it's touching on something that I wanted to bring up in a future commission meeting, but it's relevant to this part of the conversation. So we, as a leading body, are postulating on what we see as requirements for budgetary spending right now, and we've had a lot of discussion about road and infrastructure. So I keep thinking back on previous city meetings that we've held where Commissioner Ballard was asking about things like the effective Pareto of complaints in the city, and we hear that there are multiple calls every week about roads. So following his experience, multiple calls translates to a scale factor of actually annoyed people. So the thought that I was having that I want to discuss in future, but again, perhaps now is the time. We're talking about adjustment of budgetary spending to do things that we're looking at. What I want to do is actually poll the community like Troy very recently did with a targeted campaign. They picked a certain number of thousand people and they did a statistically significant poll that they published on their city website. What do you as residents want? Their number one, by an extremely large margin, was fix the roads. And I gave them a list of choices, and I think there was also an other category so that they could classify it. The City of Troy is like 2 years ahead of us in figuring out what people actually want to spend money on. So for us to say, we think, I would much rather go to the community and go, where would you prioritize your money that you're paying in taxes? And if you tell us roads are number one and number two is a distant second, then that's how we need to adjust our budgetary planning from this point forwards, as opposed to, we believe this. Now, it may be that we believe it's for the community good, but if the community actually ranks that particular item very low in their needs hierarchy, fine. Okay, community, you asked. This is what we're going to try and do for adjustments. So I would really like to see something like that because it's more like a push of we think requirements versus a pull of what you want requirements. And that's where I see a potential disconnect. That would just confirm whether we're right or whether we're slightly off target. Because then these conversations about should we do this road, should we do that road, should we add this, should we add that, will be confirmed by a needs-based assessment.
Commissioner Emmer.
And add on to that, with one caveat, if you could, Commissioner Haig, is the public only comments on what they see, and what they see is the surface of the road. So we got to make sure we consider utilities underneath the roads as part of that.
Infrastructure. Call it infrastructure, right, and explain that in polling. But yes, you're right.
The problem is when you put a poll out to the community, no one cares about the sewer until the sewer collapses or
Build
doesn't
that into
work.
the question. You're right. Thank you for the clarification.
So it might need some input from Melissa or city staff. Like, I'm not saying don't do the poll. I say take the poll, but also add on things like videoing of sewers and the
don't make it too
underground
complicated. I think it was like a one-page type questionnaire, but enough clarity. Their report, I think the total report's over 100 pages long with all the assessments of evaluations, etc. But they posted it on social media very recently. It was literally, here's our Pareto of the top 10. Roads, next step. Big steps.
I guess what I'm saying is don't do the poll to keep it simple for the public, but we need to take that poll and evaluate it internally with city staff because nobody in the public cares about their sewer until it collapses.
And yes, that's the question.
And they won't know.
Question. Yes, exactly. We can add that into that, but throw it out there. That's all I'm getting at. Throw it out there instead of pushing it out there because the push back we get is getting louder and louder and louder.
Okay, so any other questions about major and local streets? I think at the end, we'll probably, as we wrap up, the commission will want to have some input on direction for some revisions to the budget before it comes back to us. But at this point, any other discussion, questions on major and local streets from the commission? From the public in the room or online, please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so let's move to solid waste disposal.
The major item of note for the solid waste fund is decrease of just shy of $14,000 in fringe benefits and the increase of just over $35,000 in equipment rental and lease based on the 24-25 project costs. Kind of simple.
Okay. Climate Action and Sustainability Fund.
Well, this is a new one that Nick asked you to create not too long ago at one of the city commission meetings, and that was to establish a fund so that as we work through the implementation of the Birmingham Green Plan, that we can have some money for local matches and so on. So basically, all that's been allocated thus far is the $10,000.
Okay. Senior Services Fund.
Senior Services, this is basically the senior millage fund. So this is the fund that was created for when we collect the senior millage, that we put it in there. Remember, it was a 3-year senior millage. It was approximately $1 million would be collected a year. So over the course of the 3 years, there'd be approximately $3 million collected, a little bit over, as you can see. So that's the holding fund for that senior millage.
Okay. Indigent Defense Fund.
So this fund remains, the budget remains flat for the next year for the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission Fund. The 48th District Court has an indigent case attorney who assigns public defenders to people who are considered indigent. That's why we have this fund. The state mainly funds this program, and the funding covers all communities within the 48th District Court. There's also a local share paid by all the members of the 48th District Court, and this amount has really not changed much. And of course, we are assuming responsibility for accounting for this on behalf of everyone. Next, the law enforcement fund. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can I move on to the law?
Yes, Law and Drug Enforcement Fund.
So this fund holds money collected through forfeitures, which can be used for certain police activities, such as training and equipment that is disposable. We do have budgeted money for conferences for next year. The fund did increase 13.1%, and we budgeted for training conferences for the police department.
So this is money that comes in and then we use.
Correct.
Okay.
To our police department. Please do note that in the budget year 26-27, we are planning to spend $40,000 for the car radar unit replacement, which we can do. Can I move on? Mm-hmm. Thank you. The opioid settlement fund, which is the next fund, accounts for the distribution of the national opioid settlement through the pharmaceutical companies. And we do budget money for the corresponder as well in this fund, just in case there is no money available we can use the grant funding. I'm sorry, I apologize, to take that back. If the grant funding is no longer available, we'll use the money from this fund if necessary, so we don't dip into the general fund. Thank you. Apologies for that. And I do, the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, that we refer to, is a federal program grant from the U.S., and of course, it trickles through the Oakland County, so we get our money from Oakland County, but Oakland County receives it from the federal government. It's an annual amount of money we receive. It's approximately $36,000 each year. We can use it for public services such as minor home repairs, lawn care, or removing architectural barriers. Next year, we allocated $5,107 to yard services, and the remaining funding of the $28,000 will be allocated to the removal of architectural barriers at the Birmingham's Museum, John West Hunter Park, to provide a free barrier, a free boardwalk and pathway overlooking the pond and Rouge River.
All right, that concludes the special revenue funds. Are there any questions from the commission about solid waste, sustainability, senior, indigent defense, law and drug, opioid, or CBDG? Mayor Potem.
Yeah, really, I'm sorry. Did you tell us how we're spending the $50,000 a year on the opioid settlement fund?
Co-responder program primarily,
Okay.
if needed.
All
Yeah.
right. If needed?
Well,
I mean,
because
it
we've been
says
receiving grant funding to pay for that, so if we continue to receive the grant funding, we use that, and then if we don't get enough funding, then we take it out of the opioid fund. We also use the opioid fund for purchases of Narcan and several other different things. It's, again, that category, that fund is limited in the types of uses that we can use the money for as well.
So this group of, what we just discussed is one area where it's a little confusing for me. So for example, I look at the solid waste fund, which has a fund summary budget, which includes revenue. Is that, do we tax specifically for solid waste disposal? Or is that a transfer or something?
I don't believe we have a specific tax for that. We do have for refuse collection.
So under revenues, we have taxes of 2.4 million.
Yeah, millage for refuse.
That is a millage specifically for refuse. Okay. All right. So, okay, that explains that. It's just different, we have these different tables, fund summary budgets by object, fund summary budgets by department, just fund summary budgets, fund expenditure budgets. It's
a lot.
It's to try to make it easier, but it doesn't always do that.
And of course, we have to present it this way for the budget award. There are different guidelines and, different requirements to get that reward every year, and it's our goal to maintain that reward. So each year, they come up with new things to add to our budget for transparency purposes.
Any other commission questions? Any questions from the public in the room or online?
I had one more question that I had privately asked the city attorney about the senior services fund and when that money can be expended. And my question was, can we spend it before we've got it? And the answer was?
I believe not. I don't believe, if something is allocated per millage money, Commissioner Baller asked me if we can spend money on the general fund for the same purpose that the millage money is coming in, and then reimburse the general fund through the millage money. I don't believe you can do that. I believe the millage money is so specific that you spend it as it comes in for the purpose that it was voted upon.
That being said, we have some of that money already collected.
Spend or accrue? Accrue for the correct use, but we don't have to spend it as soon as it comes in. We can accrue it until the appropriate use is available.
Correct.
Okay.
But you can't spend it before you got it.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to money in, money out straight away.
No.
Okay, that's fine. It was just
No.
the accrual question. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's move on to enterprise funds.
Good morning. The automobile parking system. So for 2026, we are projecting a 5% increase in revenue compared to 2025. And we'll state this revenue aspect. Right now, we did not put in the budget any proposed rate increases, whether it's daily or monthly. However, as everyone knows, we have significant CapEx projects going on. We kind of do have in the background an idea that maybe as some of these projects are completed at the various garages, we might consider a rate increase for monthly parking. Not only to offset maybe some of the costs of those capital projects, but also might warrant just in general having a rate increase there. But currently in the budget, a rate increase is not included. As far as expenses, we're projecting a 7% decrease compared to 2025. And some of the key categories were fringe benefits due to hospitalization costs decreasing. Credit card processing fees did increase significantly, and the main reason for that is because we are now operating the parking system fully versus SP Plus controlled. In the prior budget, there was a 6-month share of SP Plus paying credit card fees versus the city absorbing those. Building maintenance is increasing. This is just an increase in expenses, basically keeping the garages. This is not capital. This is, we have pipes break, doors break. We have to replace stuff like that. Equipment maintenance, this is increasing, and the main reason for this is because the TIBA parking equipment, that's the kiosks you see that we interact with, we are out of the 2-year warranty now, so when those break, we do have to pay for those costs, where previously we did not. Parking meter wireless fees, those are just going down. That's just due to nothing specific, just our wonderful parking staff just keep those up and running. In the machinery and equipment, $25,000 for installation of security cameras. Again, similar to the police department, we had all the new parking cameras installed in the garages. All those cameras are now installed in the garages, but during that installation process, we identified a couple locations where we should have probably saw a camera should go here or an add-on here when putting those in. So we basically allocated $5,000 for increasing the number of cameras at each garage moving forward. That was just, again, based off of our experience when they installed those. And then when in regards to CapEx, based off of the budget, we proposed a 4% decrease in CapEx compared to 2025. That actually is not true, because when we did this budget, we were proposing to we thought we were going to start the Peabody Garage in this fiscal cycle. So the Peabody Garage is the next CapEx project after Chester. We thought we were going to get the bids out in this current 2024, 2025. Unfortunately, WJE was not able to get their packages together, so that is getting pushed to 2025-26 budget cycle. So that'll change those numbers a little bit. In that case, I guess that is really the big thing with the parking system is the CapEx projects. As we've beaten this like a dead horse, we all know this is coming, but I think really at the end of the day, those CapEx costs, there are significant costs built in here. I know Commissioner Host always asked, we have this $15 million figure that was thrown out back in 2001, 2022, and where are we with that? So, you know, year to date, we spent $8,396,000 on repairs to the garages, through the various garages since 2021. So that's the North Old Woodward Garage, that's the Peabody Garage, the emergency repairs. That's everything to date, including the repairs that are going at Chester Garage. If everything, based off the numbers I have projected, if we were going to spend that right now, we have another $12 million that we were thinking we might spend this year. Now that's Chester, North Oak, that's all 5 garages for this year. Those costs could come down significantly depending on what the commission decides. How far down this do we want to go with this, mainly with BCT. So if we're just going to paint these garages and you know, replace some of the lights, this might come down significantly. But if we're going to go big picture, we're going to put in lobby canopies, we're going to put a new facade on a building, you know, that's going to increase those figures and much. So we have included in here some of those higher end numbers, but again, these are not, we don't know what these numbers are going to be, because BCT is coming to you with concept designs. We have to then go price it out. So we're kind of putting hate to say the word placeholder, but I'm putting some numbers in there because we don't know what this is going to be. I think they're going to be high, but you might come back and say, this is too expensive. We need to, pare this down a little bit. So I think these numbers could come down from a CapEx number significantly. But with the Chester Garage, we didn't anticipate having to spend almost $5 million over there on concrete and waterproofing repair. So we might, Peabody's next garage, we've done some emergency repairs over there 2 years ago, or in 2022, but we're not anticipating it's going to be that, but we didn't think Chester was going to be that bad too. So a lot of these numbers are fluffed up a little bit based off our experience with Chester. Our hope is that they will come down significantly. And then the only other things that we threw in there again that are our high ticket number or high budget numbers are elevator modernization. I put it on here, modernizing all the elevators. And when I say modernizing, it's basically refurbishing the entire cab. Those are significant, but all these garages, their elevators are in poor condition, not only from a looks perspective, but they do break down quite a bit. So the Peabody garage was down for over a month last year. There's only one elevator in there. So that's, that's a tough one. Park Street Garage only has one elevator. Well, when that goes down, it causes significant customer complaints. So we did include that in there and kind of staggered that based off of when we thought these garages were going to be completed with the overall CapEx repairs. And then overall, the parking fund, obviously with the amount of CapEx that we're proposing to spend, and I'm sure there is concerns about how much money is in the parking system. As of today, we do have $38.3 million in our net position. So that's it.
Commissioner Baller would like to ask questions about the automobile parking fund now, since it's such a large one.
That was.
Yeah, is that agreeable?
Sure.
Okay, so Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Well, I appreciate, first of all, I'm going to say, I believe this ought to be approached as a business. And so revenue is a very important part of that. I appreciate all the work you've done and the strides you've taken to bring this stuff in-house. And I would have liked to see a budget that's, as we need to give him the direction so that he can put together a 5-year plan that makes sense, that has the right revenue in it, the right expenditures, and we know where we're going with this. So I was curious, WJE, you sort of glossed over what the issue was with getting the package done or the packet.
Yeah, just their construction documents for us to submit it to go out to bid. They just haven't completed all their prospective
Are they
bid
contractually required? Do they have a contractual deadline that they missed?
No, that was just the pecking order. So we had originally planned for the Pierce Garage to be the next garage that we were going to do. And we pivoted from that once we kind of brought in the interior design, because what we didn't want to do is go to the Pierce Garage next, not have the approved BCT interior designs, and then have to start the concrete waterproofing repair, finish that work, and then come back a separate time to close that garage down to do the interior designs. We thought that garage, out of all the garages, when we close the work to complete that work, we want to close it once, and then when they open the various floors, then it's done. Versus go back, do the concrete waterproofing repair, move on to the other floors, get our approved designs, and then we have to go back to those floors a second time. We thought that garage, out of all the garage, would be the garage we did not want to do that. So we asked them to pivot and go to the Peabody Garage. So they were kind of working on the Pierce Garage, and then we asked them to flip to the Peabody Garage.
So to get back to, Commissioner Host and I have always been concerned about the amount of money we were projected to spend. We were told we might have to spend $15 million to bring these all garages up to snuff. Structurally, I think I I'm not sure what I heard you say. So, is it going to cost a lot more, a lot less, about what that was projected? Or do we not know?
We don't know. I'm going to say it's going to be more, just based off of what we experienced at the Chester Garage.
Okay.
But a lot of that is going to be dictated by how much you want to spend on interior design. So from the original scope, which was concrete, waterproofing, make sure these structures are structurally sound, we might not actually be too far over that, but we're changing the scope of those repair projects. As we're bringing in the aesthetics, the original intent was that we were not doing lights back in the day. Now we've kind of thrown the idea of lights in there, painting the garages. So as we've kind of increased the scope as a user.
I'm going to say, from my point of view, as one person, I see those as two different things. I see, getting the concrete so it doesn't fall apart, or the facade so it doesn't fall on a car as one thing, and dressing these structures up as something different.
It's going to increase regardless. So even from the base package, it's going to be more based off of how we saw with Chester.
So my only comment beyond that is we really need to get the revenue side down. So not including that, that needs to be tackled, whether it's by you or the APC or whoever. We need to get a better handle on what we're charging, how that's going to escalate, because, we just went through an inflationary period with no increases due to inflation.
2023, I think.
2023 is the last year we increased monthly parking, not the daily rate.
Right. So we got daily rates, we got, and this is a system that's utilized by non-residents significantly, right? Which imposes a huge cost on us for police and fire and everything else that we do. And so, Nick suggested something that would...
Congestion tax.
Right. That would, so we need to start collecting some of this money, not just talking about it. For me, and I don't know how you guys feel, I would like to see the APC work out some suggestions for how we can enhance the revenue here.
And as I mentioned before, the goal is to increase some of the monthly parking revenue, but we want to do it how it ties in with the repairs. So in other words, Peabody Garage has a monthly parking wait list. It's pretty lengthy. A lot of people want to park there. Well, it's also the smallest garage, but what we don't want to do is increase the rate for monthly parking as we're going in to do a bunch of repairs, close off 100 spots for construction, and say, well, the garage is now dirtier, less space available, harder to get into, and your rate for parking is increased.
That makes total sense.
So we were wanting to wait until the work is complete, and then we can say, well, the monthly parking rate is increased by X, and the reason for that is, well, we just made this parking garage look a lot better, but we also know on the back end that we were going to increase the rate for that garage anyway, just because of its popularity and the size of the wait.
Right, but that's not reflected in the budget.
It is not, because of the understanding of not knowing what the timeline for the repairs. So we know the repairs are going to happen starting in 2025-26, but when are those repairs going to end? Right now, the Chester Garage is supposed to end at the end of this year, but then we add in the BCT fees. So I didn't want to throw a budgeted number in here without having a better idea of how long the repairs are going to take.
I think that's two separate things, though. What you were asking for. What you're doing is you're looking at what you can control, what you need, which is exactly what we need you to be doing. But I think where he's going is, right now, effectively, we subsidize visitors. What we're looking at doing is, how do we get a little bit of support for that? Because the revenue that he's talking about is all the infrastructure that gets beaten up by 250,000 visitors that 21,000 people are paying for. It's great for businesses, but we don't profit share. We don't get anything from them. Okay, taxes, but you know what? Swap a business for another business. There'll still be taxes there because they want to be here. So that's a net neutral position to me. What we're looking at, I think, is what he's trying to get at as well, is what's that additional incremental that we can then capitalize upon to help pay for all of these services, to reduce the burden on residents who, right now, it's like for every single resident, we're supporting 10 visitors type thing. So looking at the 21,000 total.
But through the enterprise fund, not through resident taxes.
Correct.
Sure. But,
So
but
it is
right now, that's
supporting
what's going to be
itself.
classified. It supports itself, but it doesn't support everything else. I think what he's getting at is if there is an addition on top of the parking fee that doesn't remain within the enterprise fund, because the enterprise fund, it makes sense. It is its own thing. But is there this search? I love what Nick came up with, by the way. I think it's great because it was a way of thinking out of the box, and he hit it there. But how do we get that support? That's really what we're looking for. I think. I think I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I think that's what you and I have both mulled over separately.
Right,
And what have you.
and the city of Detroit is, again, discussing a entertainment tax like Chicago has
Okay.
on parking in hotels.
And if we move
Along
forward
those
with
lines,
Nick's
yeah.
congestion tax, so say it's 2 cents or 3 cents, whatever you would propose for every parking transaction, that was daily parking, not monthly. So we're going to raise a rate, we're not going to raise it by 3 cents. We're going to raise it by $1. Instead of the daily rate being $2, it's going to go up to $3. So you could say, well, then the congestion tax is 3 cents, and then the parking fund could get an additional, the balance of that.
Well, like you said, have the APC look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got a very, very smart mathematician on that board, among other
Yes.
things.
But typically, when you're raising the rates, we're not going to raise it to $2
we get-
to $2.50.
We get you,
that's- yeah.
but to help with the computation, I think what. Again,
We're looking at
paraphrasing,
the big picture.
We're looking big picture. That's the pathway. But what I think we look to is to get some input from the city as to what revenues would be beneficial for which purposes, so that, exactly as you say, it's not going to be put it up by 2 cents, it'll be 2 to 3. In that additional dollar, this percent goes to this percent goes to that, this percent goes to the other. But instead of just ramping it up and it stays within the enterprise fund, it is ramped up partly for enterprise fund, partly for these other buckets. But we need to know what the bucket sizes need to be.
And we also need to assure the legality of these different funds and how they can be used.
Yep.
And that's something that legal will work with the management to figure all that out.
Please.
One comment, if I may?
Yes.
I agree with all that, but we also have to balance the fact that we need to make the city not just accessible, but attractive to people who come in and shop here. And if you want to ask me what the top 2 complaints are that I hear from my friends and not family, but friends and extended friends and what have you, one is the roads, Cole Street, for example, and the number 2 is I don't go to Birmingham anymore because the parking's ridiculous, right? And so if you want a case study on it, study Royal Oak, okay? Because their parking is a mess. Not only does it charge your car when you get there, but it also charges you when you've already paid and get a ticket, and then you have to go back and take care of it. I'm telling you, I work there, so luckily enough, I have a parking spot where I don't have to take care of that. But we have to balance this and make this an attractive place for people to come. And I'm telling you, it's not viewed that way. And so you can be penny wise and pound foolish. Yes, we may be subsidizing, 1 out of every 3 people that come here. But we do it because we want them to come here. We could have the best revenues from parking and have a bunch of storefronts that are empty and the ramifications of that. So while I completely agree, and I do view it as a business, and I think we should have reports like it's a business, as far as outlays and cash bring in and whether we can cover the costs, I think we also need to keep in mind that it is a service to bring people here. And if you want to maximize your dollars on it, careful what you ask for, because you might have a lot of empty storefronts if you go too far.
Commissioner Host.
Aaron, I just want to start by saying in 2020, if you park monthly downtown Detroit, it's 300 smackers a month, and in Midtown is 200. That's 5 years ago. Okay, but I do understand how you don't want to disrupt your monthlies when you're upgrading, and that's my second question. Our decks are very old. Between you and your APC committee and WJE, these improvements or maintenance issues, how much years' life are we adding to the structures? Have you talked about that like, certainly you have to do these repairs, but what kind of outlook do you have for how long we can go on?
Yeah, so this question has come up a couple times with WJE. They'll stop short of giving you an exact number of years, but they essentially, the outcome is they'll last as long as we keep maintaining them. They do not see a end of the life in the foreseeable future. So as long as we maintain them appropriately, I know there was concerns about with EV chargers, the weight of EV chargers, can these garages maintain that? And so we have two things going for us. They're old garages, but that actually in some instances is working to our benefit. Because they were built so long ago, they have thick concrete slabs that can suit EV vehicles nowadays. So from the weight bearing standpoint, they can maintain those, whereas newer garages, the prefabbed ones where they come in and put it together like Legos, they don't have the weight bearings that these older garages do. Also because these are older garages, kind of built like a 1950s vehicle, right? They're not flimsy aluminum, so they're actually sustaining their life cycle a lot more. So as long as we're maintaining them, they're going to keep lasting.
Sounds great.
Any other? Commissioner Hay?
Commissioner Long is absolutely right about parking, but I think some of that's public perception because, going back to the very beginning of the parking summary, we have 4,931 public parking spaces in this city. It's not like we don't have a couple. We've got an enormous amount. And then if we look at the back of the package that talks about principal employers in the city, if I take BPS out because they're not in downtown and Whole Foods out because they're not in downtown, that's actually about 1,600 people. Well, that's 50% of the parking structures, assuming one person per vehicle, just for those top now 8. We still have a couple of thousand parking spots left over. So I believe wayfinding that we have in progress is going to help with public education of there's parking over here, on top of the fact that the first 2 hours in the decks are free anyway, so people start complaining. They're complaining because mostly, and this is what we've heard before, mostly is because they can't park directly in front of the store they want to walk into. Well, go to many other walkable cities around the entire planet. You can't even drive down the street that store's in because it's a walking street. It's not a public thoroughfare for vehicles. So it's a perception and wayfinding to my mind. It's not a lack of availability. Almost 5,000 parking spots for a city this size. That's a lot of parking. So I think we're going there. I hear what you say about Royal Oak. It's a well-discussed issue.
Which they're reversing on, yes.
Yes, they've learned a very painful lesson, and I think their traffic's reflecting that. But I don't think we have a capacity issue. I think we have a perception issue. And I also believe firmly the wayfinding is going to help improve that. So we're in progress on that one in my mind.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer?
So the purpose of this hearing is for us to give you feedback and so that you might amend this budget when it comes back to us for final approval. Is that correct?
If you'd like, yes.
Okay, so we haven't done a whole lot of that traditionally or tonight or today, this morning. But I would suggest on this budget, I can't speak for the commission, but I would like to see this come back to us with a little bit more nuance, a little bit more better revenue projections, more, to the extent that's possible, more accurate data all across so that we know that, well, I'll just leave it at that.
And by that, do you mean the one pager where it outlines it all in one place? Because
Right, I don't think you're going to change the expenditures, but I think you can work on revenue. You might be able to, to the extent that the capital improvements are in here, work on those, but otherwise, the revenue.
Well, if the revenue is assigned to APC to evaluate and coordinates with construction schedules, which are over the next year, there wouldn't be a revenue increase before this comes back to us in June for us to approve.
But they could model a proposal.
This is a 5-year.
Right, well, but we're only
But we're only
approving
approving coming year.
2026. But
I get that, and we're also looking at future years. So when do you know, look, if not now, when?
I did make a note to your point that you want to have the APC or the parking system look at revenues and how we could change those in the
Do
future.
they meet between now and when?
I don't think that will be done in time for when this budget will come back to you.
In June,
for
that was my
approval.
point.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But we can put it on the list, absolutely, and look into that.
If my fellow commissioners agree.
Yeah, I would love to see that modeling of a cash flow opportunity, because it is just opportunity at this point.
Right.
What could be done? How could it be done with the constraints that you've clearly explained, which made sense? Great. So, future, we could go here with this recommendation. We could go there with this recommendation. That'd be great. But it won't be before budget approval, I agree.
Just the point, you know, Commissioner Host made that point. We've made that point before. Until we raise these prices, we're not going to see the revenue. If you ask me, the fund balance should be twice what it is right now, because we would have done this years ago, but we just haven't gotten around to bringing things to the market, or even close to the market. Because we, as a commission, haven't decided firmly that this is a business and as well as a public service. So it's pressure. I'm just trying to put more pressure. Hopefully in a nice way.
All right, any other questions from the commission on the automobile parking system? Any from the public in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so let's move to water supply.
For the water system, both Scott and I will present, just because some portions fall under Department of Public Services and some in the engineering department. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, for the water rates, et cetera, type of a deal, for us, our largest purchase is to be able to purchase up the water. The way it works is we're in the Great Lakes Water Authority for water supply. It goes from Great Lakes Water Authority, and their estimated increase that was approved was 5.7%. With that, our water system goes from Great Lakes Water Authority to SACWA, South Oakland County Water Authority, that supplies water to 11 communities in the southeast corner of Oakland County. With that, they're asking for a 0.3% increase, so the total for the city of Birmingham to purchase our water is going to be approximately 6% with that. And then Scott will go over some of the other items for salary, wages, fringe benefits, operating supplies, and water meters. And I will go over other contractual services and public improvements.
Yeah, so salary and wages, we have an increase of approximately 12%. It is due to both new position with partial allocation to this fund, and we're continuing to supply additional services in our meter shop, which has direct impact on this. Fringe benefits is a decrease of approximately 9%, and this is primarily, a result of the hospitalization, retiree healthcare decreases that are occurring. Operating supplies is an increase of almost 40% from the 24-25 original budget, and that increase is in cost for our different parts, main services, and hydrants. Some of those items show up on the water bills, such as the meters. We update those on a regular basis as to the quarterly charge and or fixed charge that we have with those, and that's direct tie to increased prices that we're seeing in inflation. And that's also for the water meters as a whole, with that increase there as well. And then other contractual services is a blend of things between Eagle requires that we have inspections associated with cross connections, but also Melissa's lead services programs and that sort of thing as well.
So with that, just to give you a heads up with the other contractual services, our cross-connection inspection program. This proposed upcoming year, we're going to start doing the allocation for a residential cross-connection program that is required by Eagle. With that, we're looking engineering and DPS with getting quotes on that to potentially do an inspection at every residential house every 10 years. So that's where you see some of that that portion of it. But you do see a decrease overall because of our lead service line replacement. We're getting less and less lines that need replacement. And then for public improvements, what we've got proposed for the 25-26 fiscal year, most of this construction is going to happen either in 26, is going to be Bird Avenue Phase 1B, as mentioned in the local funds itself. North Woodward Avenue resurfacing, this was just the smaller amount of $42,000 is to have our design consulting engineer design it in the fiscal year of 25-26. And then you'll see South Eaton for the roads and the bike lanes. With that, there's portions of the water main that will be replaced as part of that project, just because DPS has experienced certain blocks and those on South Eaton have had water main breaks. And then the other two locations we're looking at to do water main improvements would be on Wimbledon, the second phase between Oxford and Adams, and then the Abbey, also replacement of water main north of Wimbledon itself. Do you want to go to yours?
I just had one kind of quick comment. There's a chart on page 253 that talks about cost of water. We talked about this exact chart earlier today. Something I just noticed that some of these cells are inverted, like capital, it's on the water rate consumption chart. Capital improvement is on the bottom of the chart here, and I was confused at why, but it's just they're in a different order. So I just wanted everybody to know that this chart here is the exact same chart we saw in the slides at the beginning of the day. But it just took me a minute to come through and figure it out. And we talked a little bit about the blue versus the orange versus the gray on this chart earlier today. I just wanted to point that out. It took me a minute to get through that. And the cost of the Sockwell water is, there's nothing we can do about it. We have to buy the water. That's it.
Yes, and with that, we do meet as a board. There's 9 elected members to the board. City of Birmingham is one of the board members. With that, the discussions about the preliminary rates earlier this month with Sockwell trying not to do that much of an increase, so only 0.3%, just because they themselves have experienced a large increase from Great Lakes Water Authority of over 5%. All right, sewage. So same combination as water system. Part of it is Department of Public Services. Some of it's the engineering department. With this one, we have 2 sewer authorities that we belong to in the city of Birmingham. One is for the Evergreen Farmington. That is mostly partially the west side of the city. And the east side of the city goes to the George Coon drain itself. Since they're 2 separate drainage boards, there's 2 separate sewage rates set for each of those drainage districts for that itself. And just some information, we had our preliminary rollout rate just this past Tuesday for George Coon Drain, and the preliminary rollout rate for Evergreen Farmington last Tuesday. So we just did get some information. Finance Department is working on that information currently. Those do not go in front of the Drain Commission Board until May for approval, but we've got preliminary numbers as of just this past Tuesday, and then the Tuesday prior for the other drainage district.
So again, with this one, the salaries and wages is more directly impacted by DPS. This is an increase of 22% related to that addition of the utility specialist position. And their contract wage increases for the department as a whole. Fringe benefit cost increase related to the new utility specialist position and offset by decrease in the retirement and retiree health care contributions.
And part of the next one up is other contractual services. You see a slight decrease just because of the rollover we have in this current budget for next year's budget for construction projects themselves. with the Birmingham CSO maintenance, that's part of the Evergreen Farmington system itself. With that, we've got the projected increase about approximately 8%. With that, with the information that we got last week from the Drain Board, we'll be able to work on those numbers and bring the water and sewer rate forward to your for your approval at a city commission meeting sometime in May or June timeframe. And then for public improvement projects for this upcoming fiscal year, same thing that you probably saw for the water system, trying to be able to do the sewer, the water, and a road surface on top being new. With that, you've got North Old Woodward. That one is just for design engineering for capital improvement in 26-27. You've got Bird Avenue being replaced for sewer system. South Eaton, that's portions of that to include some sewer repairs and also some separated storm installation. And then Abbey Street and Wimbledon Street to do the same with replacement of the sewer system itself.
All right, any questions on water and sewer?
Here.
Commissioner Host.
You know, the people on the west, they're having a much more dramatic increase than the people on the east. Is that how we bill it?
The Coon Basin, which is the east, is less than the Evergreen Farm. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, and with that, that depends on which drainage system they're located at. Unfortunately, the city doesn't have any control of what Oakland County needs to maintain each individual drainage system of either Evergreen Farmington, which is on the west side of the city, or George Coon Drain, which is on the east side of the city. Since they're separated sewer systems maintained by them, there's separate rate rollouts for that. Us, portions of Southfield, Beverly Hills, a small portion of Bloomfield Hills, and a little bit of Troy run into the same situation where you've got two sewage districts in your community, so you potentially have two different sewer rates because of that itself.
And how does that tax dollar go to the citizen? Is it lumped up together? Does a person in the east pay the same amount as the west, but the city takes it as a whole, or does the city tax them out separately? I mean, sorry, wrong term. But yeah.
Bills.
Bills, yeah.
They're not averaged.
Right.
If you're in this district, you pay
that
this
much.
rate. If you're in this district, you pay that rate.
And it's out of control with the city to handle that. Oakland County
Correct.
operates the George Coon Basin and I think the Evergreen Farmington stuff as well, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So the information that we got this past Tuesday and then Tuesday prior is George Coon Drain's increase is going to be higher than Evergreen Farmington's.
So actually, each of you pay more than the west.
So I think this ties into my question earlier of auditing what some of these expenses are that are getting thrown at us, that you want me to pay for it, I want to know why you want me to pay for it type thing. So
And if I may, SACWA, they do provide an annual audit to our board meetings. So with that, we do have the audit information every year for SACWA. For Oakland County Water Resource Commission and Great Lakes Water Authority, the city doesn't necessarily receive that. We would have to ask for that information. It's probably publicly posted somewhere, but it's something that we'd have to pull. Versus SACWA, we get that audit emailed to us.
anybody ever pushed back on them and said, why do you need to do that? Or do we just receive reports and just go, okay?
So part of the rate setting by SACWA and Oakland County Water Resource Commission is based on Great Lakes Water Authority's setting of their rates. They did have public meetings back in, I think, December, January, and February, because their proposed increases were actually larger than what got approved. For the water, I think it was almost close to 7%. Don't correct me if I'm wrong, and the approval was the 5.7. So with that, there is public notice at Great Lakes Water Authority for discussions and their approvals of their increases for water and sewer rates.
Similar to utilities, they ask and then they get pushed back.
Yes.
And there's representation from our city government or municipalities at the Oakland County Water Resources. They're not just an agency that just does whatever they want. There's people from all the various municipalities that operate, and they have a commission. Same with Great Lakes Water Authority. Before Great Lakes Water Authority existed, it was the Detroit Water and Sewer Department. and they didn't have any representation. They created the GLWA, which has a board member from Oakland County that represents our interests. So when they set these rates, there's representation all the way down to the local unit of government in terms of the rates.
It just seems interesting that we're sitting on the world's largest freshwater resource, and our water and sewer rates are incredibly compared to other states around the country that don't have massive freshwater resources. Just seems odd, that's all.
It's the pipes.
It's old infrastructure.
I get it.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So many of my neighbors who have spoken to me might be watching this or not, and if they were, they'd be asking about, what are you doing to mitigate the backups? And I know what the answer is. So my question is, I think I know the answer, but there's not a good answer. But are we spending any money to reach out to residents to tell them what they individually can do to protect their homes against sewer backups when there are big rains and floods? Because there are things that they can do. They're just slightly costly and disruptive, but
Push it downstream.
With that, that would be, it's not necessarily a budget allowance for it. It would be something that would be underneath the engineering department or Department of Public Services under salary and wages of us talking to residents about it. There's not necessarily a separate budget item of like $10,000 to create a 2 or 3 page information with the communications department to be able to create something along those lines.
But that being said, the communications department, because we do have the monthly e-newsletters and we do have the engineering department and publics, every department basically sends in articles. So we have sent out communications to residents overall, asking that, suggesting what some of the things are that they could do. So we do that through our regular communications channels.
okay, and is there something on the website that spells out
I don't think there's
what-
a separate section on the website for that, but there have been articles come
Well, I
out.
tell people, you can put in a backflow preventer.
Correct.
And this is what it costs, and this is how you do it, roughly. I think that would be very valuable information, customer-friendly.
There is a drawback with that, though.
Okay.
So just, I mean, it has to be a pro and con, because if I put in a backflow preventer and my neighbor doesn't, my neighbor's basement just became the sewage accumulator. That's the problem with
Protected
them.
your property, which is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but it is. You're just pushing the problem upstream every time we do that. So there's also a societal impact as well as just the personal individual impact.
But I mean, overall, the city is working, as we improve things, to separate storm and sewer with the hopes that as we do it incrementally and in a way that makes logical sense for the way this water moves and sewage moves, that we are hoping over time to reduce the problem by separating out.
Did we not also talk about accumulation, instead of having some of these overflows pumping straight into the sewage system with some of the new houses, did we not talk about underground accumulators recently as well for some projects? And
So, 2 things. One, for the to answer your question, Madam Mayor, upcoming project Spurred Avenue Phase 1B, we're looking at installing separated storm for the runoff. It would go to the combined system at the intersections with that. South Eaton, we're also looking at for stormwater storage to be able to provide more storage for our stormwater runoff. And then that would be the same for Wimbledon and Abbey for the upcoming year. That one would have separated storm that would then connect to this year's construction of Wimbledon to be able to discharge to the Rouge River. Second thing was, you were mentioning as one of the long-range planning items that engineering department is working with the planning department is look to see if we can have stormwater management requirements for a new single-family home when being developed, or potentially an addition or a new garage. So we're working with the planning department on that to see if there should be any stormwater requirements for single-family homes, and hopefully we want to bring that to you around fall or early winter of this year.
But the county already requires large commercial projects to do on-site water detention, as they call it. And they already have to do that to get county permission.
Yep, and with that, the city of Birmingham did adopt it last May. We're slightly more restrictive, where Oakland County only requires 1 acre. For us, the ordinance that we adopted was 0.5 acres. So that way we can have, just because we don't have too many properties within the city that are 1 acre or larger, and we did see the incremental difference between 0.5 acres up to 1 acre. So we are a little bit more stringent because we have the requirement at 0.5 acres or larger.
Thank
Commissioner
you for the
Host.
clarification.
Jim Nash spoke to the library, a crowd at the library, approximately a year ago, and at that time he offered to come to a commission meeting and with some of his engineers and to talk about what we can do to remediate water going in the wrong places. And I would hope we should have him and his expert engineers here to explain what's going on.
That's a wonderful idea, and I'll point out, Jim Nash and his team sent an email to the city commissioners, and I think it's May 8th, and they have a thing at their place. I'm going to it. I don't know if any of the other commissioners are, but talk about these kind of things. They're putting on something for elected officials to go and have these discussions with the Oakland County Water Resource Commission.
You just bought yourself a commissioner report.
Yeah.
If I may,
Yes.
really briefly, to remember that we eventually hook up to sewers that do not belong to the city of Birmingham, the one on 14 Mile, for example. So we can do the separated, we can do everything we can. We can put in extra large, wide sewer pipes, but it gets to a straw at the end of the line. And so we need to work with the individuals or the localities that control those, because there's only so much we can do, and that's why we had the discussion at a prior meeting about retention ponds or other things that we can do within the city of Birmingham when we have these large rain events, to have somewhere to put this water, even if it's temporary, whether it's underneath the new YMCA parking lot where there's a large one, or I know that when you pull into South Birmingham, there's a little bit, there's like plants and stuff, and I don't know what we call that, but it was a water garden or what have you, where it holds water for a period of time, it goes down. Because look, you don't have to be an engineer. Water goes to the area of least resistance. So if all your neighbors have a backflow preventer and you don't, you're gonna be the one the first to get water in your basement. We can redo all these pipes, but if it gets to a straw at the end of the line outside the boundaries of the city of Birmingham, we don't have control over that. So we have to do things within our control, and I think that these retention ponds and what have you, we talked about doing one in the park behind the YMCA when we did that one roadway, about putting something in there. So when we have these large water events, the water has somewhere to go, because otherwise, you know where it's going to go.
All right. Any questions from the public on water or sewer in the room or online? Use the raise your hand function. I see none, so let's move to golf courses.
All right, your golf courses. You'll see that both Springdale and Lincoln Hills have salary and wage increases. These are associated and reflect the full-time position that we're asking for to be added, that's balanced with the ice arena and the golf courses, as it's split between them. And additionally, we have 2 seasonal assistant golf managers for the different courses, because obviously Jackie can't be in both places at the same time. Those are ones that just affect both, and that also increases the fringe benefits at both courses. To continue on with Springdale specifically, we have increase of $17,000 represented for some planned landscaping that we have in basically beautifying the courses and moving towards more natural areas and that sort of thing. It costs a little bit to do it up front. Electric utility increase is based on the increase is based on project costs from our 24-25 new sprinkler system. We had also had to have a computer installed to go with the computer system, or the sprinkler system and all of that. We have an increase of $30,000 for upgrading of our bathrooms at the facility and doing some fence repair projects to keep the course looking good. In addition, we are looking to build a new cart barn or improve the cart barn, as we have the electric golf carts. We're needing to provide better facilities to take care of them and meet some requirements for wash station, that sort of thing. That goes with some of the requirements by Eagle for a runoff for MS4. Equipment rental and lease increase of approximately 8% or $4,500 is based on project costs from 24-25. And then land improvements, we have this spread out actually over the next couple of years. For hole number 3 has some ADA concerns as far as it comes to how to access the green. In addition to, there's a very steep hill that we had to close down the other year, and we've been spreading out the project for providing a new cart path to the green and basically taking that one down. We're spreading it out over a couple years. And then general, we have a large portion going towards the parking lot resurfacing, as that's well past its life at Springdale. And then we have continual over the next few years stream bank erosion improvements that we've been trying to plan out for quite some time, as there's a large section of river that makes that area look very nice, but every year with flooding, you have erosion issues that continue to grow, and we're due time for making repairs to that. The other items over at Lincoln Hills not mentioned with the salaries and benefits, we have an increase for a new HVAC system, just like most of the other stuff I've been dealing with around our DPS facilities. It's just due on time to have it increased, to have it repaired, and it's going to be one of the newer, more efficient models that's going to get installed. The building maintenance additional for cleaning and staining of our exterior of our building. It's just regular maintenance that's required, and we had just an increase in liability insurance also based on our fiscal year projected costs. And then moving forward, we have decrease in certain spending for other contractual services. We're just, not having put in HVAC systems, that sort of thing. We're not seeing it continuing to go up. We believe the buildings are in good order as we move forward, so. Questions?
Questions on the golf courses? So the Springdale shows revenue of under expenses, and Lincoln Hills shows revenue of over expenses.
So as many may not be aware, both courses work together in general aspects of how the fund works. So where one falls short, the other takes care of the other. So at times we focus on one course, and that will lead to it looking like it's operating in the red compared to one that's operating in the black, and it's a balancing. That's why we did some major projects at Lincoln Hills, and now we're focusing on Springdale for now. I do know that when initial sales go through for like memberships, that tends to land all in Lincoln Hills accounts, because all the work is done literally at Lincoln Hills for doing the memberships. So it's just it's a balancing act tied to half of that. So.
And what's the fund position for the enterprise fund? Is it
combined?
Yeah.
I believe as of right now, we have it.
Projected ending net position, 1.5 million. And then between this coming year and the following year, it's projected to go up approximately 140,000.
Okay. So they are not actively losing money as they did year after year after year, and
oh no,
they're healthier.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
and we continue
not-
to evaluate
not-
raising rates.
Yes, not
so.
But at the same time, we're using those funds to make improvements
Right,
to our courses.
right. And we're still paying off the Lincoln Hills Clubhouse
Yeah, for
back to
another-
the general fund,
Another few years,
another few years,
We're
yep,
almost finished.
almost done.
which will also
Save
cause me to
100,000 a
look-
year, yes.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Host.
Scott, I don't know if you can answer this, it might be Jackie, but have you been able to eliminate the problems of groups getting tea times and not showing up?
I believe that's hit and miss item. It's not consistent to my understanding. Weather usually plays a factor when people cancel. I believe she has implemented some type of cancellation policy where a portion of their fee is capped if it's like within a certain time period of when it's supposed to go. We also don't hesitate if an entire group shows up early, if somebody is not present, to go ahead and start them and move them along so that they don't, no sense in waiting, especially if nobody's ahead of you. I do know that, yes, our tea times are extremely packed. So someone not showing up and trying to get on late is kind of, we only do it if the course can truly allow it, so.
I'm glad you have something in place to handle abuse of the tea times.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, when did we do the first tea at Lincoln Hills?
Last summer?
Yeah, last year.
So I was looking for that in the Lincoln Hills budget, but it doesn't appear to be there.
Yeah, I think it was technically pulled off of the previous
The year
fiscal
before,
year's
yeah.
budget.
Because it was
which is probably why you're not seeing
designed
it.
and then built, and it was a multi-year project.
Yeah, the contract was awarded prior to last fiscal year.
So I even looked back a year, and I didn't see it in the Lincoln Hills budget.
Well, if I remember right, that wasn't, we didn't have it as part of a planned project.
It wasn't a budgeted
Yeah.
item to begin with.
Yeah.
There was an incident that occurred.
I get that.
Okay.
The question is whether it ever got included in the books of the
Oh,
Lincoln
yes.
Hills.
Okay.
And if so, where would I see that?
Okay. I
So
see.
I'm not seeing it
Okay.
anywhere.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find
These
it.
are the books.
Yeah.
And I looked back 2 years, didn't see it anywhere in the books. So if you're looking at these as a business as well as a public service, and you know, just looking at Lincoln Hill, or, you have it right here, revenues over under on Springdale. For 25, we're upside down 1.2 million. I understand why. We're upside down 313,000 in this budget. So yes, some of it's being made up over here, but if over here doesn't include anywhere the money we spent on the
Oh, I
first
believe it
tee.
does include it. I don't know where off the top of my head, do you? Or we can get you that information.
Okay, so
But
I
yes,
think
it's
the bottom
definitely on
line
the book.
is, and I brought this up once before, and I was hoping at some point to see something about it. These are great assets of enormous value that are also very costly to maintain and serve a relatively narrow group of people, including many who are not residents of Birmingham. Those are facts. How you view those facts, it is, we all look at them differently, but I think it's important to have the facts in front of us.
I think the broader point that you're making is that when there's an emergency expense allocation, we don't go back and amend the budget book for that
Correct.
year.
We amend the budget on the fly at the commission during the year.
But not the budget
Not the
book,
budget
which
book.
is where you've been searching. So,
Right,
yeah.
but it's definitely accounted for.
And I would point out that other than when Lincoln Hills' actual clubhouse was done and there was a borrow against the general account, that the golf course is self-fund. There is no funds being pulled from the general accounts in order to pay for everything that's happening out there. So this doesn't impact our ability to handle street, sewer, water-related
Right.
items in any way.
Right, and the golf courses are paying for their portion of DPS services.
Yep.
So if that's the case, where did the 1.2 million last year?
It was out
come
of
from?
their,
Enterprise fund.
the enterprise fund cost.
From a balance, the fund balance, which
Yeah.
we don't
I
have
believe at
fund
some
balance.
point prior to that emergency purchase, we had a fund flow of pushing $4 million, and it dropped down drastically. And that's why we're operating now with these other, the sprinkler
Right.
system coming in more than we anticipated. And our stream bank, handout stream bank stuff is why we're operating down to that 1 million mark is.
Right. And for Stream Bank, I'm sure you're going to be looking for grant opportunities.
Yes, which is half the reason we're spreading out. We're also seeing what can be done at a cheaper cost than paying a contractor to do it by having DPS do the actual work. Those are the types of things we're looking for.
All right, any other golf course questions? Any golf questions on the golf course budgets from the public in the room or online? Please use raise your hand function. I see none.
I'm going to belabor this just slightly. Can you tell me on what page of this budget book the golf course enterprise fund balance can be found?
It's not.
It's not, but didn't Commissioner, Mayor Long ask that question?
Yes.
Like right at the beginning?
Okay, 1.5 million. Just like the parking enterprise fund net position is not listed in this book either. We could certainly ask for those to be included
And
in
that's what I'm
future
saying,
years.
it's kind of goes to that summary of where we stand.
Right. All right, let's move on to information technology.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Try to be brief so we can all grab lunch. The IT department, their fund balance fluctuates from year to year based on the needs of all of the departments within the city. The majority of the fund balance gets charged back to those departments as a rental fee, which is why you've heard a lot of departments stating that there has been an increase in their rental fee. I've been working with the finance department to get those fees normalized so that what we are putting out is actually coming back into the fund. You'll see that over the next few years, we'll get that rather than a negative balance to a positive balance. We try to keep that as close to zero for in and out as we can. If you look at the budget for next year, it is actually overall less than what we're currently budgeted for this year. We do have a few increases in personnel services like everyone else. Personnel costs continue to rise, but we do have a number of other funds that are less than last year due to purchases that have been made in the past and are not being made in the future. I do have for fiscal years 27 and 28 some projected costs of equipment that will be replaced. So those numbers at least are somewhat accurate. We'll get, as we hit each year, it will change based on the actual needs for the departments. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Any questions?
I have one question. I don't know if it belongs right here, but has the city as a group looked at the use of AI services for any of these things? Like I mentioned, I thought of it when you talked about hiring, going from part-time to full-time, a transcriptionist, for example. That was way at the beginning of the meeting. And I wondered if there was any utility in using AI. Which is profound and evolving, and we can't ignore it. So I just wondered if that's been contemplated. I don't know the right talk about right here, but it's just something that.
During long-range planning, that was a number of, AI was one of the things that I touched on that we are evaluating. We've been looking at AI in a number of situations. One of them recently being adding AI to our website, but we evaluated that. We're not going to do that at this time because it's still in its infancy and it doesn't quite fit what the city needs. But we do have a number of AI initiatives we are going to be looking at to see what we can include and what we can do to keep costs down and make it easier for those who are employed here and those who are using our services.
I had an experience, so I missed one of the commission meetings. So in addition to watching it at 2 times speed to catch up, which is, everyone sounds meaner at 2 times speed. Just so everyone knows.
They sound smarter, too.
I don't know, everyone just sounded more aggressive. But I then took the commission meeting and put the YouTube link into an AI, and it spit out in 25 seconds a beautiful summary of the high-level points of the commission meeting.
Yes, there's
So,
a lot of different features that are being done.
Yeah, well, it must base it on a transcript, but I was blown away. And, you know, there are people who are younger than me who are not blown away by that, but I was blown away. So anyway, when you mentioned transcriptionist, I just thought, wow, that's a person, you know, but we're at that brink where some of that work, you know, I don't know, in subtle ways.
Our Vimeo account does some basic transcriptions of the videos as they're being put out, but it's limited as to what the scope is and also to what they allow us to do, because in order to do that, you have to have the enterprise versions, which of course costs thousands of dollars. And right now, we're not at that point, but it is something that we're looking into. So.
And with that AI summarizer, you still have to do your due diligence to make sure it captures things accurately,
and that is
because it could
Oh,
easily.
of course. I mean, I watched it in 2 times speed, and it doesn't pick up on a lot of nuance, but what it spit back in 25 seconds was, you know, if you were just wondering, hey, what was discussed, it was.
It can give you a general overview, but it also can hallucinate sometimes.
Sure, yeah.
Things that are
I mean, it's not perfect, of course.
It's not perfect, but
Yeah.
my wife's company uses Copilot for every single meeting, and that includes client interviews. They declare at the beginning of every interview, and it'll give you both exactly what she's talking about. It'll give you the word by word, this person, that person, and at the end of it, you can ask it to summarize, and here's your 10 bullet points at the end of it. It's the 25-second thing it's actually accurate. And
I was like, that was a 5-hour meeting. You know?
she does it every single day, multiple times a day.
They're adding AI to a lot, as a feature, into a lot of different areas. And it is something that we are evaluating to find out if it's something that we want to use at the city.
And how you
we want to use it.
Yep. Any other questions from the Commission on Information Technology? Any questions from the public on information technology in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none. We're now scheduled for a lunch break. How many minutes? Jana just walked out, so 15? Is that enough? 20?
15, 20, 20.
20? All
How
right.
about less and we bring it to our seats?
I agree with that.
All right, well, then let's go back to roughly 15, so we would reconvene at roughly 12:40.
I wanted to say our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, would say, not A1?
That was profound. I was like, wow.
It is wow, but with like the detail that we do put into our minutes.
No, I know, but like, I was using it to give a high level, and I watched it, so I know what it didn't pick up.
Yeah.
What it didn't pick up. But if you're using it as a transcription service, like if you're using it in a different way, and it can just spit out verbatim what happened. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just when
You just have to be-
When you said that, I was like, right, but perhaps if you had a part-time person doing it and they used AI to help, and then they were the human who was buffering it to make sure it looked right. I was, when you said that, I was like, this feels like a perfect use of AI, where like it just takes the words and spits them out.
We do
you know?
a little bit of that, but you still have to be careful, and there's still a lot of fact checking to it, so.
Just had my mind going.
Not totally ready for robots to take over the world.
I know, I'm not either. Yeah. There's like medical AI, like scribes that will basically take your whole visit and turn it into insane. You can say like. Yeah, it is.
I'm using it now to her. It's just like, my life just got a lot easier.
Some of my younger docs use it more than I do, like, but it's really good for long visits. They all are. So,
Whatever it is, people can.
you know,
But UPs is not necessarily Wayne
I don't know, they're totally different. You know, they're GPAM, right? So that's a totally different.
Actually, yeah, there's
The thing is, there's so many kids in Detroit, like, you know, there's room for everyone. I could have a practice, I feel like I could have 4 offices in Detroit. You know what I mean? Like, if you go in here, here.
And they're adding QHC type of places and positions.
I gotta spend the night at DMC downtown Children's Monday night.
Oh, why?
My little baby's going in for surgery.
Oh, no. Everything okay?
Yeah. She has, you probably know this, I'd never heard, she has what's called a submucous cleft palate.
Oh, okay,
So she is getting surgery on the back of her
Yeah.
throat to fix that.
Cinch it up.
Well,
How did you figure it out? Was she like choking?
she can't talk, well, she can talk, but like, she has problems enunciating.
Oh, okay.
So we've been to like,
Everyone trying to figure it out.
everyone trying to figure it out. We finally found someone we like down there.
Who's doing the surgery?
Uncertain.
Mallory.
I don't know what your thought is on it, but I think it would be interesting.
I think it's Mallory.
I want to say Mallory McMorrow.
She's an ENT.
But yeah, it's not.
O'Neill. Mallory
Yeah, O'Neill, yeah.
Mallory O'Neill. I mean, we like the other doctors too. We went to 3 doctors and got 3 different opinions. And we're like, what the hell? Like, we don't.
Now what do we do?
We don't know. Like, how do we decide? But we finally decided.
I talked about mine with you yesterday. I was telling them about it.
But yeah, that's Monday morning.
She was so much nice. She was good personality.
So Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar is your jam?
Cream soda.
Cream soda Zero Sugar.
That's cream soda?
Is that what it was?
I didn't know that was
That's
cream.
hot pepper.
I read it.
Drink cough syrup.
I read an article
I've never
that.
heard of that.
It's hideous. Hideous.
I discovered it about a year and a half ago. It's new. I love it. And I don't drink coffee, so it's either a tea in
I
the
drink
morning
so much coffee.
or
I read an article that said that Dr. Pepper does not do its own canning. That they go to around the country. They go to different canneries that mold.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I've heard that.
And so they might use Coke to do it in Colorado, and they might use Pepsi to do it in California, and that they have their logos, but that if you look at the difference, the cans are different between the two because they don't have their own.
let's ask Mark. He's been to the Dr. Pepper museum.
I have.
Yeah.
You know where that's located?
No.
Waco, Texas.
Is it really?
Who is Dr. Pepper?
He's the inventor of Dr. Pepper.
Probably as mythical as Colonel Saunders.
No, he's the real dude.
I know. Most of them were. It's just Croc Donald's doesn't sound right when it comes from McDonald's, right? Ray's Burgers.
Charles Alderton, a pharmacist in Waco, Texas.
Oh, okay. Now you know why it's in Waco.
I already knew that.
He went to the museum.
I also knew that he was a pharmacist.
Here, thanks to AI, Dr. Pepper is not owned by either Coca-Cola or Pepsi, but Dr. Pepper is owned by Keurig Dr. Pepper, while Dr. Pepper may be distributed by Coca-Cola or PepsiCo in certain regions.
Wow.
Wow. I'm really upset about that. I can't believe they're going to mess with the secret formula.
Yeah.
I need to figure out if they're going to sales with the Coke sales or the Pepsi.
This is a sad commentary on my life. I've also been to the Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta.
And haven't you been to the Linda or whatever, the Buttercake museum?
No, I've been to her home store. Paula D.
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, bought a bunch of chocolate back from England. My favorite is the calorie secret bowl. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't travel too well though, because they crumble too easily.
No, well, this
Wasn't that from like, wasn't that in
But the inside's makes
that movie, was number 5, Short Circuit? He's like, I'm a pepper, you're a pepper. He's like repeating the, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that movie when I was a kid.
I used to love Tab.
Throw it in.
Remember that?
Wow. All our family parties always had bagel. Always had bagel.
Remember Tab Club?
Like nobody got like a Coca-Cola. It was always bagel.
Fago Rock and Rye.
Rock and Rye, Red Pop. I teach all my out-of-town people, I take them bagel.
You can, but it's just, Hershey bought, can't. It is, yeah.
Are we good to go?
Yeah, is everybody here? All right. We are reconvening after our lunch break, and we have a presentation of component units, starting with the principal shopping district.
Obstacle dog.
We almost tripped over.
Don't worry, you're not in her way.
Right.
I hear we have good medical.
Comes to our office.
Good afternoon. So like some of the others that presented, we're experiencing cost increases as well, but we've also been able to offset some of those with reductions in some of our areas of our budget. So as you can see, our budget in general balances with the exception of a proposed $110,000 in special one-time projects. So some of the significant things to note for 25-26, we did see an increase in salaries and wages, about 12%, $52,130, which reflects an increase in BSD staff wages, but also the portion that we pay of the DPS staff wages and fringe benefits as well. Other contractual services, we are proposing a $10,000 office renovation. This is just a small renovation to replace some of the aesthetic elements, painting, carpet, keypad entry on the door. Administrative services, this is new this year to our budget. This is a portion of the city administration services that we're paying for human resources, finance, treasury, website maintenance. We were actually able to decrease that for this proposed fiscal year. We are switching web vendors. We will be launching a new website in June. So that decrease is about 67% and will be a great addition to our budget. Tenant recruitment, that is our business recruitment activities. We really evaluated what we spent in the last couple of years and adjusted that number down about 36% by $36,358 based on those actual expenditures and what we anticipate for the coming fiscal year. Special events, these continue to increase for a variety of reasons, but that's going up $41,950 or 16%. And again, attributed to not only rising costs from our vendors, but expanded event footprints, a rise in attendee costs, and then market rates for our services. The significant notes for 2026-27 just reflect a return to normal for the marketing and advertising. The proposed project that we are proposing for 26 will then decrease in 27, and then maintenance, we are proposing a capital improvement project to enhance Willets Alley, so that will be completed hopefully in fiscal year 26, and that's a reduction in 26-27.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Baldwin Public Library.
If I may?
Yes.
Give a little brief update. If you remember on March 24th, I think it was, the city commission meeting, when we talked about, we were talking about the millage rate for the library versus the cities. There was direction from the commission at that time for myself to meet with Rebecca
and talk about that, and just wanted everyone to know, we started that process. We did have an initial meeting, and then I believe you took it to the library board last Monday, because we were asking to exchange all of our documents. They had additional documents in their files that we did not have, so we want to basically look at everything and try to sort this out and figure out where we're going, and so they did approve that. So that's what we're working. We have another meeting scheduled for maybe a week and a half, yeah, give or take. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
Are those public meetings?
No, just with the Jana and I, and then our respective attorneys. Okay.
Okay.
Starting on page 280 of the budget, I'll just go over a couple things we added this year. We're launching a new website like the BSD in June this year. We started work on our strategic plan, got a lot of great feedback. The number one suggestion in the plan was to do something about how much parking costs. So I heard your conversation earlier. So we're going to be seeing what we can do as a staff. And we updated our security cameras, and we are in the process of almost finishing a mini split in our idea lab. So this next year, the budget, I'll start on the salaries and wages on page 283. The minimum wage is going up in February 2026. So we increased the wages for our library shelvers to $13.30. And then with that, we have to make some other adjustments too. So the library assistant ones, these are the people that you see at the front desk. Their pay range is shifting up a little bit. And then we have reference assistants who help at the reference desk, so their rate's going up. And then the librarian pay rate is going up a little bit. But other than those salaries, everyone else is getting a 3% pay increase. And then we are promoting 3 staff members. And then going down through to, let's see, supplies for the library. The Idea Lab supplies, I just want to note that we supplement the Idea Lab expenses with donations to our trust and donations from the Friends of the Library. So that's in high demand. And so we are happy to enrich that elsewhere if we can. Other charges, urban landscape designer, we do a lot of staff DIY with this to keep the costs down, and then we do get grants from the Bloomfield Hills Garden Club for that. The administrative services, it's actually, we had budgeted $200,000, it's at $219,000, which is a 110% increase, so that's something that we're talking about with the city. Marketing and design service, we eliminated one piece of software that we use to save some money there, so that's decreasing. The janitorial contract is increasing. We have the new cafe and atrium, which is very popular, so we need to step up cleaning in that area. ILS services, this is our integrated library system, so it's our catalog and checkout system. We're going out for an RFP in the next couple of weeks for that, so that price will be adjusted slightly. With the utilities, electric, gas, and water, with the new addition, those are just adjusted slightly to make more sense with our new energy usage. Staff training, you'll notice that it alternates between $25,000 and $15,000 each year. Every other year is the Public Library Association Conference, and we like to send as many staff members as we can to that. Next year, it will be held in Portland, Oregon. So we use trust funds for travel, we use credit card reward points for flights, and then we use some city money for that types of training. And then capital outlay for next year, we have planned improvements to our lower level carpet, paint in the hallway and meeting rooms, and then updated office furniture in our adult services office. And then we also will be getting network switches and new computers for the library. And then the last page, the most exciting part, is the materials for the public. We try to keep this at 15% of our budget, and You'll see the increase in online services mostly. It went from this year, 415,000, next year, 450,000. So we're keeping our print materials even over the years, and we're putting more money into digital services. And I can answer any other questions you have for me about this.
Mayor Protem Bala.
Hello.
Hi.
Could you explain the revenue, local contributions, like $1.2 million?
Yes, these are from our 3 contract communities. It is Beverly Hills, Bloomfield Hills, the city, and Bingham Farms. And they all have negotiated millage rates with us. They are less per capita than compared to Birmingham residents, but they don't have any stake in this building. So as soon as they cancel that contract, if they were to do that, they walk away with nothing. So they don't own any of the materials in the building. They're just paying basically to rent the services and attend programs.
Federal grants, fiscal year 2024, there was 16,000. Have any of the Trump administration's cuts impacted you? I recall a letter.
Yes, we get a lot of continuing education stipends from the federal government. And that was a conference year last year, so 10 of our staff members got $1,600 grants last year for that. So they are reducing the number of grants they're able to give, but we have gotten a couple of those this year. You've probably heard about potential cuts to the interlibrary loan system. In Michigan, it's called Michigan eLibrary, so it's called MELCAT. And there's a proposed $5 million cut to Institute of Museum and Library Studies for the state of Michigan. And so we're advocating for a restoration of that through the Michigan budget. I'll be attending Advocacy Day in Lansing next Wednesday, meeting with our local legislators to request that. The librarian of Michigan, I had a meeting with him yesterday. He said that there was so much outcry from citizens around the country because of the cuts to libraries with the federal government, that they said don't mess with librarians because they bring the research. So they're looking to be able to continue to fund interlibrary loan throughout the state. So we loan about 9,000 items to other libraries, and we get about 8,000 items each year. So it helps us supplement our collection because we have finite shelf space, so we need to we can't hold every book in the library, but we can get books that people need, and they can get them within like 5 to 7 days, which is great.
And all that would be outside the budget because it's just
yeah, we would
money
have to
that
absorb
supports
it in our budget somewhere.
If the cuts came. So there's nothing here reflective of that.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
Yep.
Other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Hay.
So I'm just looking ahead at under the buildings. The question 26, 27 talking about solar panels, and then 27, 28 about a generator. So, as I understand it, that's to help with the build out of a resiliency centre, among other things. Can I ask you to look hard at really whether we need a generator of that size and magnitude for a resiliency centre? And the reasoning I give behind that is bigger picture. So every time I go and pick up my son from school, we sit in a car line and I look at the generator attached to the school that's bigger than my car, that 2 weeks ago was running full blast because they had a power outage, but school was running just fine and everybody came out. So the bigger picture issue inside my head is, if we've already paid for every single school to have school-sized generators, and school will generally be cancelled when there's that level of outage. I'm looking more at the city manager than I am at you, but that's where it's going. Can we have this discussion with the school district of, we've bought it, you're not really using it. When it's a community emergency, let's use it so that we don't have to keep duplicating resources. And then the way that I look at this is, if there is an opportunity, and our sustainability board has one person on it in particular that I think is a personal expert on this. If we do decide to move ahead with backup power sources, if we're looking at solar panels on the roof, are there opportunities to increase that PV array size and then go for battery backups? Because his house has, I think he's past net zero. I think he's net positive generation now. And he has battery banks in the basement, PV arrays that are phenomenal. And I know non-tariff affected PV array costs, they've been coming down a lot. So I would much rather go for that, because the other side of it is if we have a generator running in the library, best will in the world, those are loud and obnoxious, and it's going to echo all the way around the square and just...
Definitely.
So please, can we look at trying to do something slightly different there? And also my request to the city to put a bug in the school's ears as well. Thank you.
Other questions from the commission for the library? Commissioner Host.
Are you hoping to get a grant on the solar panels, or has the current president eliminated that $100,000 maximum?
When we got the quote for the potential cost of the solar panel last year, it was with the Biden administration, and they were pushing us to purchase it right before he ended his term, except for before the election. So those are all going to change, but they did cost for with and without those types of coupons.
Get another quote, because people are starting to realize some of these quotes from these companies are, they're adding a decimal point because they feel they can get away with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Other questions from the commission? Questions from the public on the library budget? In the room, I see none. Online, please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so we will move to, thank you, Rebecca, we'll move to Brownfield Redevelopment Authority.
That's me. So currently, we have 6 redevelopment projects that we're capturing taxes on. The purpose of this is to encourage redevelopment of areas that have been contaminated. Out of the 6 sites, only 2,400 Lincoln is expected to be paid in the next fiscal year. And that site is I apologize. The 2,400 Lincoln is referring to the Story Point area. There has been, and that's it for the Brownfield.
Any questions? Triangle District Corridor Improvement Authority.
Again, this year, nothing is really happening with this. We did initially allocate some startup funds that's earning a little bit of interest.
All right. Any questions on that from the commission?
That was the corridor improvement?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat? I know it was only like one sentence. What did you say?
The corridor improvement, yes. We don't have any activity in this fund. We just put a little bit of money as a startup, and it's earning interest. But there's really no development on that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any questions from the public? In the room or online? I see none. So we move to the debt service fund.
Where we are still making payments on the ongoing Parks and Recreation bond issue, as well as the George Coon Drain.
Yeah, and the city's total indebtedness is 11.678, I think.
A very, very small fraction of our maximum debt limit that we could have. Correct.
Yes. Yes. Like, very low.
Very low.
Very, very, very low. We're at 3% of our allowed debt limit.
Yes, our allowed debt limit is $389,623,000, and we're significantly below that.
All right. Any questions on the debt service from the commission? In the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none. Greenwood Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund.
So this is the money from the sale of various plots and burial places in the Greenwood Cemetery is accounted for in this fund. It is the Perpetual Care Fund, and we do invest this money for interest to be earned. Currently, the general fund is paying for the maintenance of the costs for the cemetery. The goal is to have enough money saved in this fund to be able to take on those maintenance costs and keep it going. So basically, we want to make sure this is a sustainable fund going forward to cover the costs. We do have about $1.5 million in the fund, and that's generating $40,000 in interest.
All right, any questions on the Perpetual Care Fund? Any questions from the public in the room or online on the Perpetual Care Fund for Greenwood Cemetery? I see none. That takes us to our last budget item. I wanted to ask if there is a large portion of the budget book devoted to the capital improvement plan, which we haven't really discussed as a separate budget item because it falls all over in all the rest of the places. But Ms. Ecker, I think if you wanted to just give a few minutes talking about the capital improvement plan, just to reiterate the amount of money, percent of the budget we have allocated for that this year, and then if there's any commission questions about any of the, I mean, this shows projects going out 3 years for regular capital improvement and 6 years for road projects, so there's about 100 and so pages, so.
Well, if you go to page 317, that's where it lists all of the individual projects. So if you're trying to follow along what the road projects are, when we're dividing them up between what fiscal year, that's where you can see we've broken it down into street, water, and sewer capital projects. Then there's buildings and improvements. Then there's machinery and equipment, parks and other lands. So to your question, I think in last year's budget, we had approximately $25.1 million in capital improvements funds allocated, and this year we're up to 30.1. So we have significantly increased the dollars that we're putting towards capital improvements based on the city's long-term goals and strategic plan. We do, because we've kind of touched on this multiple times today. For instance, you might have South Eaton project and it costs $1 million, and then you have Wimbledon and it, or not, let's not pick that one because we have an actual cost for that. Say the next project costs $3 million, and then we have 1 year Derby Bridge and it's $5 million. So this is what we have to use, and we do look at all of the funds that we lay them out, and we do this as part of scenario basis. Basically, we do analysis before the budget comes out. So we look at all of the things that are next on our priority list for roads, waters, and sewer, buildings, et cetera. And then we look what would happen if we did, say, 3 of them in the next year. What would that do to our fund balance? What if we did 4 of them? What would that do to our fund balance? To figure out how many we can afford. And we almost always have to readjust which projects go in which year. So it is a very, it's complex to figure out how many projects and which ones and where do we break them off. For instance, like Wimbledon Phase 1 and 2, how do we break those up? And there's a lot that goes into those discussions. Obviously, what's needed first, if it's up, what's the right word? In the sewer line, if it's upstream, you have to do this first, and so on. So all of that goes into it. So you do see that there is a lot of variation, not so much in the grand total of the projects, but how many projects in a given year. Did you want to add anything?
Just to reiterate that out of the $30.1 million, $18.4 million is set aside for streets, water, and sewer improvements. And that's up from last year, like I stated earlier, that's up 45%. So we're definitely trying to invest in our infrastructure.
Is there a way to make that more public? I think there's this sentiment among the community, especially when they feel like things come up suddenly, even though we know they don't come up suddenly, but, that the city is not doing its part, so to speak, right? Like, maybe we could make that more public, that the city increased its investment in capital improvements by 45%, and because everyone always says, well, I pay all these tax dollars. Where do all my tax dollars go? Well, number one, we know they don't all go to the city. Number two, like to highlight some of the work that the city is doing and the money that the city is spending. I think it would be important narrative to put out there.
Yes, we can.
No one's here.
Yes, we can certainly do that. And I believe our communications director actually already did a piece not too long ago highlighting all of the projects that we were working on and all of the things that we had planned. But yes, we can do that at regular intervals.
Maybe you talk about that the city is spending money to do that, because I think people see it as, oh, how is my commute going to get affected, or how am I not going to be able to drive down Old Woodward, or they don't see it, that it cost the city money to do. I mean, it's obvious, I suppose, but I think there's some sort of suggestion that when we do special assessments, that it's just we're just putting all of the burden on the residents. So I think there's opportunities to do better.
And I think the other disconnect that we heard recently is if the taxable value in the city continues to go up, and we're lucky that it does, where does that, and I think it's 4.5 million in more taxes that were projected for this year based on that increased taxable value and new things coming online. Next year it'll go up even more when Restoration Hardware and Birmingham Point come online as tax-paying entities. That'll be a nice chunk.
That'll be a very nice chunk.
A very nice chunk, yes. So, which gives us some financial cushion for disaster for next year if that happens. But people say, where did that money go? Well, what happens to that money if your taxable value goes up? It goes into all of the increases in the budget that we've seen this year. Salary costs, additional projects, capital equipment, repairs, vehicles, and so.
Yeah, but I think some direct acknowledgement of that, because people ask that question all the time. They notice that all of these houses are being torn down and new ones are being built, and we know that real estate in this town is not cheap. And I think people ask that question, and we never directly answer it. We just kind of nod. And I think, to your point, like we give them direct answers.
It pays for increases in wages. It pays for new projects. It pays for capital improvements. It pays for things. And so, the 3% salary increases, whatever they are.
Which cost this much.
Don't come out of thin air. They have to get paid for, and we're lucky that the taxable value goes up more than that to accommodate it, so we're not drawing into our emergency fund balance, which is extraordinarily healthy. So,
yes,
Commissioner
we're
Hay.
lucky.
I'd just like to follow up on what Commissioner Schaefer said. I think she's absolutely right, and we've talked about this before, and I've said a couple of years in the past, I really like that dollar bill breakdown of where the millages go, and I think we need to continue with that, maybe even put a little bit more granularity into it other than just Oakland County projects, etc. That would be very helpful. But to her point, so on page 304, there's a pie chart that shows that 1 year's distribution. I'm a huge fan of, if you're going to try and get a point across to people very quickly, visuals that you can absorb, and the way I say it is in a blink. You don't want to have to read it. So maybe not that pie chart. If there was maybe a stacked bar would be too noisy or something, but a stacked bar showing, and I would go back a couple of years as well. Go back to 22 or 21 and say, here's what the different groups were that we spent it on, 21, 22, 23, 24, and here's the plan, 25, 26, 27, so that under each color it can be seen where there's an increase in spending. And also, don't even put a percentage. Put the vertical chart as being dollars, so that someone looking at it go, oh, you spent $15 million on that, and then next year it's going to be $17 million? That speaks of volume inside our heads more than just, oh, you spent, 14% on something. Well, 14% of what? Doesn't give me a sense of magnitude. But when we're talking huge amounts, I'm an enormous proponent of a simple visual like that, because then it's going to hammer home her point exactly.
The other thing, I think, if there's no other questions about any particular items in the capital pages, which I thought the pages 317 to 319, or whatever they were, 321, very helpful. Let me see what parks are coming online in what years, which is always of interest to me. I think let's go back to the part where we were talking about direction. Mayor Pro Tem Baller had talked about maybe increasing the wayfinding sign budget. And then Commissioner Haig talked about polling, which I think we could follow up at a commission meeting. But I think one discussion that we need to have is the city, in its attempt to be extraordinarily fiscally responsible, developed the policy that said we weren't doing road surfaces unless we did underneath. Because we didn't want to fix something and then rip it up later, and we developed this scoring rubric, which we have attempted to educate the public about, which gives the scores for sewer and water and surface. But it seems very clear from the remarks from the commission today that we may need to make some exceptions to that for places like Cole and Lincoln. We need to talk about whether we want to have additions to the Cape Seal budget, perhaps, for emergency repairs, immediate repairs, because Cole Street can't sit, it's not in a 6-year plan, because it doesn't need sewer and water. And so I think we all understand why the city moved to that fiscally responsible policy of not doing a top until we did underneath. But it's clear that that's not working in all cases, and it's not working for some users and residents. And there are some streets that don't need underground work, and therefore they're not prioritized at all. So I don't know whether the commission wants to just say, we have a balanced budget, so movement requires other movement. But if we want to ask the city manager's office to come back to us with, I don't know if you want to push for additional wayfinding, and looking at how we can do some extra emergency road surface work.
Another one is Oak, just west of Old Woodward.
Yep.
Is, wow, really bad, right by the cemetery. It's mainly in the Cape Seal area where there is no curb, it's just Cape Seal, and it is abysmal to drive on.
And I only learned today that's a major road. I didn't know it was. I thought it was local. So
When you were talking about Cole and Lincoln, that's what you had in my mind.
So to your point, I think you're absolutely right. Having had a numerical quantifier of the total situation is actually an extremely good way of evaluating everything. The need for the human factor side of it to say what is reasonable for use and what is starting to get unpleasant for use is a good addition to the evaluation process. How we would then re-quantify and reprioritize those, I'm not entirely sure, unless there was a subset that literally talked about surface level versus the 3 attributes. I don't know. And then we have those brought to us as a separate item. I like the idea. The original concept was very, very robust because it took argument out of it. It was all just, it was a weighting.
Necessity.
It's as simple as that. It was just a weighting, and everything was weighted according to the same scale, so I get it. But the sentiment is definitely growing that we need to do better in the visual side of things, for sure. And we know it's not just our city. I think it's the same in every municipality that everybody's living in. Nobody's immune from it. We see it around for every single one of our neighbors. They're all saying the same thing. So I would actually support that request completely. I don't know how to execute it yet, but the methodology is basically there.
Yes, and we have the numbers for the pavement surface.
We have the score for the
So we
surface.
could isolate it and just run pavement surface. But then again, it goes to what I was saying in the introduction, it's competing interests, right? And is it more important to replace a 4-inch water main that's 100 years old and blocked, or pave the road? But they cost a lot less, right?
Right.
So you could.
But
just
for example, could you take some of those, because in that scoring, right, it was road surface and right, they were weighted on both. So could you go to some of those where the road surface was really poor, but maybe the infrastructure wasn't, and we could then look at it to say, okay, we want to replace the surface, we want to replace 2 road surfaces every year, and what's the increase in the budget we need to do that? Not ignoring the 4-inch water mains, but bring up from the very bottom some of those streets that are
That's what I was getting at with the sub-criteria.
They are
It needs to be
already
a
scored,
secondary
right, there.
evaluation. It's not just that top line number. What constructs the number? And if there's a lot of potential complaints, or we could see that the road is at the worst score possible, but everything else is looking fantastic. It's not going to get touched.
We have those ratings already. We could isolate just the road.
Yeah, and I don't know where Cole
Be 2
falls, for
columns.
example, but, I mean,
And Lincoln's probably improved, so it might not even be on there.
It might well be, yeah.
I don't
I think it
think
is,
Lincoln is as bad as, I've driven down it, and I don't think it's as bad as
I don't think it's that
Cole,
bad either, but now we're going to get every single person coming and going, my street's more important than the other one. That's why we
but
want
I'm
it to be
just saying,
just sheer numerical,
I just
please.
think we need to look at some flexibility in that schema, because there's just some things that are so bad that they need to be done. One point of flexibility that Mayor Pro Tem Baller brought up was the extra payment into the retirement care fund. Or the retirement health care fund that's 83% funded before the market crashed. I don't know what the new calculation would be, but we had an extra $1 million scheduled to be paid there. Maybe it could be $500,000, and we could move $500,000 into, emergency road repair. So just some thoughts.
A support to that. To me, there's in every business, in every person's life, there is discretionary and non-discretionary spending. And again, I'm kind of a fan of trying to do a weighting methodology for things, even if you have to create a weighting. Discretionary equals weighting of 1, non-discretionary equals weighting of 0 type thing. We need to look at every single spending category for every single item and decide where do the fund balances may be okay, but we have to think very long term. Where do we put the money to best use? And non-discretionary versus discretionary. It would be nice to have this, but it would be better for us to have that type mindset. We have to start thinking about those a little bit harder as well to make the same dollar go to a more impactful place. Because this city has a phenomenally high quality of life for everyone. Residents, users, businesses. Look around, look at what we have, look at the park system, look at the construction of our downtown, the fact that we have a downtown. That Troy study I talked about, they complain about they don't have one at all. They hate it, but that's not going to change for them. Can we let some of those items, instead of a 100% solution, are there 80 or 70% solutions that allow us to take that 20 or 30% and apply it to something that would be more necessary, impactful? It doesn't mean stop it completely, but can certain things scale differently? And that's how I would look at it. Not to take away, but just reduce, because it's like eating an elephant. We're taking a bite at a time. If we take little bites, then we can actually build up a larger balance for elsewhere. So that to me is the sharper pencil aspect that I think I'm hearing from the mayor right now, that I think is the general thought here of do better with the same resources, but it doesn't mean take something away entirely. It's not a binary effect.
Commissioner Host.
I like what you said, Madam Mayor, about the Cape Seal. We are certainly many years behind the normal redoing of Cape Seal, and to have a $500,000 budget that increases 5% a year, I think we'd be doing our citizens a lot better favor if we could up it to, say, 10 to 25% a year. Do more.
Well, yeah, well, I think that this commission and the last several years, we've been much more proactive, whereas a decade ago or so, there was obviously significant underinvestment in infrastructure, whether it was Cape Seal or parking decks or whatever, and we are being very diligent year after year about increasing that and making up for that and trying to remedy past lack of attention. But yeah, it is a big number to overcome, and I think we're working on it diligently, and we're asking you to try to work on it a little bit more diligently, because
And come with a plan for the paving. I think that makes perfect sense, to your point. You can still quantify it. We have the numbers to quantify the condition of the pavement. And it may be that the road doesn't rise up because water and sewer's great comparison to all the rest, but if it's not gonna come for 20 years, maybe we can do something in the meantime to fix the road. Right, that makes perfect sense.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
So, to that point, and this is a great discussion, long overdue, it's an algorithm. But we just started it with the 3 scores for water, sewer. There's nothing in there about traffic counts. There's nothing in there about whether it's how it's funded, whether there's funding coming from the state. So there are a lot of other factors that could be taken into account. AI might help you out with this. I'm not kidding. You throw in all that information and it may tell you. So and there are other considerations that the engineer has about projects that have to be done before other projects because of the flow of water or the flow of sewerage. So those are all factors that need to be taken into account in this algorithm. You know, my algorithm of driving down Cole Street and feeling the bumps, you know, that might be enough, but it's not going to be all encompassing. And so I would encourage, play around with that, because that's, for example, Oak Street, that would score high if you considered
The service.
the traffic count on it, right? And we might have done something different with Wimbledon, if we even, if those were considerations. But anyway.
I think it's a bit more complicated than that, but you're along the right line. So to use your Cole Street example, it was probably not constructed under the thought process of effectively having heavy traffic. And yet, when you go down Cole, there's the school's maintenance department down there, so they have their trucks going up and down it, and in winter they're all fully loaded. So you've got multi-ton trucks going up and down it. There's multi-ton trucks delivering the salt. There's an equipment rental. There's towing companies. That street gets not residential levels of use. So part of the thought process inside my head is we have to look at those, and perhaps we actually have to have an evaluation of the pattern of usage, because it's very different if, when you go to the other side of Eaton, that's 100% residential, and it's supposed to be residential. It gets used as a cut-through a lot, and the residents do complain about that justifiably, but it also doesn't get semi-trucks going down it just to deliver 20 tons of salt. And I mean, I'm throwing this out there, and I don't know how this will work legally or by ordinance, but when we have, call it a commercial use street versus a residential use street, there's going to be a different repair schedule on that. It's very different. How do we handle that? Because it's effectively taking the same cost to everybody for something that, again, is benefiting a very small number of businesses who pay us taxes, but they don't necessarily pay us anything else to support their continuing business, which is actually an accelerated wear to the city. Again, I'm throwing this out there without a knowledge of how we could do it, but it just seems like an unfair weighting that we're still carrying that burden. Because Cole Street would probably be nowhere near as bad if it didn't get beaten up as badly as it does. And it's just use patterns. That's all. I don't know how to progress that, but it's just my observation.
So, I
Yeah,
think
it's how to pay for
helpful
it.
discussion. Direction on wayfinding signage or not?
I don't know what, I just looked at the percentage. I didn't look at the money going to it. How much money?
How much was the money
200? Yeah.
for the entire project?
No. The whole project is probably 750,000. And if you go to the wayfinding plan, there's actually at the end, there's a list of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and there's costs.
So what's the linearity of the money spent? Because I saw the same thing. He just got to it before me.
We're spending $700,000 on mast arms, which I'm not sure I understand, in 1 year.
Yeah.
Maybe you could explain that briefly.
Explain why we spend it on.
Why we're spending that much money on mast arms for traffic signals.
Well, obviously, traffic signals, well, they do need to be replaced from time to time so that you don't have safety issues. But there was also a commission direction, and I'm gonna guess 15, 20 years ago, that we convert all of the signals to the mast arm style for aesthetic reasons. Okay, I'm gonna guess about 20 years ago. So that was a direction, and so we've been continuously doing that through downtown because we haven't heard any different direction from the commission. So could we switch out one of those and put in some wayfinding? Yes, just so everyone knows, we do have some wayfinding projects right now being built. The gateway signs on Woodward, 2 of the kiosks, one going in the park, one at Shane Park, one going there. So we have big expenditures in this current fiscal year. That's why we kind of cut it down a little bit for next year, but we could increase it.
But some of the mast arms are discretionary and some we're required to do for our county shares of things, correct?
Correct.
So the ones that are entirely discretionary, where the equipment is not in poor condition, yeah, maybe that's an option.
Aesthetic decision.
I'm not arguing against mast
I'm
arms.
just-
I don't
yes.
want the mast arm lobby to come down on me.
You didn't know there was.
I'm just saying, when you compare the cost of a mast arm to this beautiful project that's going to have a much greater impact, if you ask me, be noticed by people, help people. I don't think a mast arm is going to help me see whether the light's red or green.
It was an aesthetic decision.
I'm with him. I actually think this mast arm concept is very out of date anyway. It's extremely primitive in my world. It's horrible. It's horrible for seeing lights. There's a much better way of structuring lights, but we're stuck by the federal government being stuck in the last century. But yeah, I'm with him. A mast arm cost, first of all, the cost of a mast arm, I'm looking at it going, do you know what I can buy for that much money for basically 3 tubes of steel?
No.
Someone is raking it in on those. It's not, yeah, I'm not going to go there.
So what I would suggest is, when you have situations like that you're operating under an old directive that maybe doesn't make sense to you or to staff, we have commission meetings between now and June where you could come back to us as a discussion item and say, we've looked at the budget, we think here's some places that if it was up to us, we would probably cut back here and add there. Is this a direction you'd like to go? So that before you have to come back with the final budget in June, understanding that there's going to be union price changes and sewer drain changes and all those things. So as final as it can be in June for our approval. To look at where, if you had discretion, you would take it. Because nobody on this commission voted for mast arms, and we may, as you say, not completely endorse that. That was, I can guess which commission that was, which commissioner that was. But,
Yeah, we can certainly look into it because it may be that the decision was made to replace all the mast arms in this area and maybe we've only got 1 left or maybe we've got 10 left. In which case, do we abandon it and reallocate that money otherwise?
or slow it down, yeah. But yeah, so, please don't just do stuff in lockstep because somebody decided it before, if you don't think it's relevant anymore. Places where you can have discretion in the budget like that, we would want to weigh in. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like a water line and a sewer line, right? Or the street. Maybe you only do the mast arm when you redo the street or something like that.
So, But excellent suggestion for mast arms. Any other discussion?
Well, we are asking them to think about
Yes.
spending a little bit more money on that.
Writing it down.
Okay.
Yes, more money on road repairs, yes.
So
Commissioner Emmerich.
one thing I don't have a grasp of, maybe other members of the commission do, is we had discussion with respect to Wimbledon about economies of scale and can we get more out of it? And now I'm looking through the capital improvement program and I'm seeing Abbey Street, like over a 3 or 4 year period. And I don't know what that means in terms of, now Abbey Street goes all over the place. It's not a straight road and this and that, but like, can we capture these economies of scale? Can we group projects together? But where I lose sight is how that fits into the city budget on an annual basis, and can you actually fund it and do this and that? And when that discussion topic came up the other night with respect to Wimbledon, I'm sure that had a play in it, but I think that needs to be explained better. I don't know if we can
Right.
improve on Abbey. I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Can you accrue in 1 year and then hold it for the next year? Right.
We could, but there's multiple factors that go into that, as we've explained multiple times over the last couple of years, because it's whether it's upstream issues, whether it's, you can't block off an entire street because there's no other way to get into the neighborhood, you know, all of these different factors, and then budgeting is one of them as well.
Right.
So we do take into consideration trying to get economies of scale wherever possible, we do.
Right.
But we can explain that again and lay it out. There's so many different factors that go in. And I'll tell you, our engineering department and finance and myself, we spend a lot of time going over all these projects and how are they gonna be spread out? What's the pros and the cons of this? So there is a process. There's not always an easy answer.
Right.
But there was to your point, there was one comment about Wimbledon where the Phase 2 Wimbledon people were not included in the discussion of the Phase 1 Wimbledon people because they weren't being directly affected. But neighbors talk to neighbors, and, you know, word travels very quickly. So with regard to Abbey, you know, maybe there is, again, we don't exactly know, but maybe there is reason to sort of notice everybody to say, hey, this is coming your way, and here's why we aren't doing it all at once for these reasons. Number one, the city allocated this many millions of dollars, and we don't have double that amount this year to do this work. But I think it really all goes back to communication and the emotion that people feel. And so if we can learn from Wimbledon, where, you know, we got these guys come say, I didn't even know, you know, what we knew, you know, so we just need to tell them what we know, you know, to the extent that we can, I think is helpful.
In the same way that we have done charrettes for things or community feedback meetings for things, we ought to say to the entirety of the neighborhood, this is what's coming. You are not till 2 years from now, but
then you also control the narrative. Otherwise, you leave it to the residents to control the narrative, and then misinformation gets spread, so.
And this is a perfect example in that Poppleton area, because we're really focusing on that area over the next couple of years. So I see your point.
And we had people from Wimbledon Phase 2 and from other streets at all the meetings, you know, who talked, who are frankly irritated that they were not proactively included. So, any other points of discussion before we go to public comment?
We should have a workshop on this.
We kind of are right now. No, this is a very good conversation.
All right. If the commissioners have concluded, we'll open it up to public comment for items not on the agenda. I would say public in the room, but there is none. Public online also looks like none. So we will close public comment for items not on the agenda, and at 1:36 p.m. we are adjourned. Thank you to staff for all the departments, for all their work on the budget. Congratulations, Mary, on making it successfully through your first presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you to Alex for keeping us fed and watered. Thank you to IT. Thank you to all the staff for all the work that goes into this effort every year.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
pepper cream soda and see what all this.
Isn't it good?
See, I haven't had one yet.